government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to, anyway, from Charlotte, another line going from in Florida down to Tampa of Putin's kleptocracy. Yeah. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to the idea that Los Angeles and what am I doing here? For two reasons. One, I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure. Let's be clear. I hear it all the time. Cumulative, I can play for the programs many times over. Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys. Let me start off with two words. Made in America. Made in America.
Welcome back to another night of Shtick with Koolfrogg. It's a night, it's a day. Everybody ready? We got quite a bit to go through. A little bit of military aid actually being sent out to Taiwan. We got some Greek arsonists that think it's okay to start fires so that we can blame it on other reasons. And then we also have Alvin Bragg with his TDS decides to actually go after the likeness of Melania as opposed to just going after Trump himself. More and more bullshit when it comes down to it. And yes, we do have quite a night. There are probably going to be several hours that you're going to actually see. Oh, he was turning on the camera for you. Hi, how's everybody doing? Really seriously, I think we should actually get going because we're going to be here for a bit if we don't. And I'd like to actually get through all of it. There's a lot. So last night I did a little impromptu with Caitlin comments, and this is the article that I pulled up to actually start out the night just to give us a little bit to talk about, which was more than enough to take us through the 2.5 hours worth of show. It was great. It was so much fun. And those Saturday nights like that, you just might actually catch impromptus here and there throughout the weeks or whatever, if we can actually get ourselves to do such a thing. You just never know who will actually be there next. Let's say hi to everybody real quick. Hello, Boomer. How you doing? Susan Eckstein, how are you doing? Good to see you, dear. Glad you're here. It says that there's 7 currently watching. Everybody say hi, and I will actually acknowledge you and say hi back before we actually get into this. Like I said, there's quite a bit to talk about here. So here's that original article that I pulled up yesterday that's really going to swing into the next and push us through the night. So Beijing's military supremacy over Taiwan growing swiftly. Beijing, the military balance between mainland China and Taiwan is rapidly tilting in China's favor. Japan said at its annual defense report released on Friday the tensions over the self-ruled island that Beijing considers its territory. The Defense Ministry 2023 white paper received by the cabinet and Prime Ministers Fumio Kishida this same day said there's increasing global concern about China's intensifying coercive military activities in the skies, waters, and surrounding Taiwan. Hey, Elizabeth, good to see you. In last year's report, Tokyo said that the military balance between Beijing and Taipei was tilting in China's favor. The gap appears to be growing year by year. The white paper was released amid the intensifying rivalry between the United States and China over the issues such as Beijing's. What the heck? Why did it jump so much? Such as such as Beijing's provocative military actions near Taiwan. I don't know why that skipped so much. Taiwan and mainland China have been governed separately since 1949 due to the Civil War. Communist ruled China regards the democratic island as a breakaway province to be reunified with Beijing by force if necessary. They're not going to actually hold back. They're going to actually continue to actually push forward to this actually being thing. We really need to seriously look at it and pay attention to this island that's about 100 miles off the coast of mainland China itself, and maybe actually look at Cuba, which is about the same distance, about 100 miles off of the United States coast, that China has occupied. So China occupies an island, we occupy an island. They decide that they want to attack one. What do you think we're going to do? What do you think we're going to do? We're just going to sit around and be like, oh, it's okay. It's just China. No big deal. No, it's not just China. It's not, and it is going to be a big deal. It's going to be something horrible. Clumsy clairvoyance. What's up? Dropping in to give a like and show some love. I love it. Thank you so much. If you didn't notice, I got my PayPal working. You should check your PayPal, Clumsy. Contingency involving Taiwan is a particularly concerning prospect for Japan, United States ally, given the proximity of its northwestern islands, including the Tokyo-controlled Beijing claimed Diaoyu Islands in the East China Sea. Days after the visit to Taipei last August by the U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, China staged large-scale military actions around Taiwan that include the firing of ballistic missiles, 5 of which fell into Japan's exclusive economic zone. So we really seriously need to pay attention to this. Into Japan's exclusive economic zone? Really? They're actually launching stuff into the Sea of Japan as well? Because, I mean, the Sea of Japan is like North Korea's place to actually go and launch things. So if everybody's launching things at Japan, who's actually allied with the United States, really seriously needs to watch themselves, is being that we're actually allied in taking over places like, occupying places like Taiwan, for them to actually go ahead and actually continue to do these exercises in or around these areas is kind of scary and dangerous to actually think about. The latest report said that during the exercises, the Chinese military may have simulated operations for invading Taiwan, such as anti-ground, anti-ship attack drills, as well as those for gaining air and naval supremacy. The fact that China is capable of carrying out such activities shows that the situation is working in China's advantage, a defense ministry official told reporters. The paper also cited a significant increase in number of Chinese aircraft entering Taiwan's airspace, rising from 972 in 2021 to about 1,733 in 2022, as another sign of shifting military balance. Their military balance has really been something interesting that we've been paying attention to here on this channel, where we've actually watched more and more invasions actually coming through in 2023, as well as close encounters in between U.S. Navy and the CCP's Navy, or I'm sorry, the people's of China. They try saying it's not CCP, that it's actually something else, but we all know what it really seriously is and what they're actually trying to do. For them to actually continue to do as much as they are is really kind of scary and dangerous, and precursors to what we already potentially are in World War III, because China has ties to places like Russia, as opposed to using the U.S. dollar for petroleums for oils to be transported in and out of their region like it used to be. They've actually switched over to using the yuan, which is China money. So as far as that goes, our dollar is going to become worse and worse which is actually going to end up hurting the rest of the world when it comes down to it, because the yuan really is just China that has and uses that particular currency. Nobody else really does, though there's more countries actually going ahead and actually uh, when they go to purchase have actually been using the yuan over and over again, um, including Russia in itself, to actually purchase their oils. Describing China as such terms, first seen in the National Security Strategy updated by Tokyo in December last year to address the increasingly severe regional security environment, was considerably more severe compared to last year's report, which simply referred to Beijing as a matter of grave security concern. Also, the government's long term security policy guidelines, Kishida's administration vowed to obtain counterstroke capabilities for striking targets in enemy territory, a significant shift from Japan's exclusively defense oriented policy under its war renouncing constitution. Japan really seriously has no need or want to actually enter into any wars. Though they're allied with us, there isn't really a pact that actually says they must defend uh, us in any way, shape, or form. When I say us, I'm talking the United States, Australia, South Korea, and a couple others that are really seriously closely tied to the United States, that if something happened, they would actually jump on that bandwagon and actually join in. New Zealand, um, and though we are part of NATO, that fourth clause does actually say that they don't necessarily have to back us if they don't want to when it comes down to it. But they can if they necessarily want to, and they feel the need to actually stop aggression. It could be very interesting to see what happens, especially as we actually have redeployed more and more troops in and around the likenesses of Iran and into the Mediterranean Sea and in and around the whole Middle East itself, with Syrian aggressions still being a thing. Um, it seems as Russia has kind of picked up their own allies in China and most of Africa, which is amazing in itself to actually think that Russia, Africa, could be a larger conundrum than we actually could even think of dealing with. The two nations repeated joint bomber flights and joint navigations of vessels, clearly intended to demonstration of force against Japan. The report also welcomed a thaw in Japan's relations with South Korea. Amid the increasing sovereignty and difficulties we face, the need for Japan and South Korea to align has become increasingly important. Does Taiwan officials' Japan visit reflect new reality of Tokyo Taipei ties? I mean, it's interesting to actually think about when you actually really get down into it, because Tokyo and Taipei, or Japan and the island of Taiwan, actually really do have really close ties with each other when it comes to creating um, microchips. Microchips is a big deal. Nowadays, it really seriously is something that we need to pay attention to, that we may not had been paying attention to before. Shared security challenges helped Tokyo and Seoul mend relations that had soared over disputes about compensation for women forced to work in Japanese military brothels and other Koreans drafted as wartime laborers. At a meeting in May with Kishida, the sidelines of the Group of Seven summit in Japan, the South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol uh, praised his counterpart for expressing compassion for those who suffered under Tokyo's colonial rule. The two leaders will meet for the fourth time this year, with President Joe Biden in the U.S. next month for a trilateral summit that could further cement uh, the detente. Regarding Russia, The report assessed its national strength is likely to decline in the medium and long term because significant casualties in conventional forces caused by its ongoing war in Ukraine that began in February of last year. They've still actually finished some other things that we'll actually cover here tonight, here within a short bit, that actually goes along with all this. And Russia and China actually doing more than what this particular article even comes close to even stating. Meanwhile, the defense document warned that Moscow is likely to further rely on nuclear capabilities as a deterrent. Again, nuclear capabilities as a deterrence, really seriously, it's a scare tactic. A lot of people are scared of the word nuclear, as opposed to, yes, it's going to cause big damage if it actually hits something, a large city. But at the same time, isn't going to be like, oh, massive wipeout of the whole, United States in one hit. I mean, obviously, if they hit somewhere like Yellowstone, it could actually be catastrophic for most of the world, as it's ready to blow and hasn't blown in for a long time. As for North Korea, the papers said that the reclusive country has forcibly conducted ballistic missile launches with an unprecedented frequency since the start of 2022. Pyongyang's nuclear and missile programs pose an even more grave and imminent threat to Japan's security than ever before, the defense document added. So, this white paper, this defense document that is actually out there, is saying that, that we're going to have to pay attention to what China's really going to do next, because whatever it is that they're actually thinking of doing, it's going to start something. It's going to start something really massively horrible when it comes down to um, military strength. They have a very large army, and when you actually look at it, from last week, we've seen the Russian guy actually went down and visited North Korea, saying that North Korea had the largest standing army currently. So the mass amount of people that are in and around the area is really something, and could really be dangerous in the long run. Um, so then, to move on just a little bit, U.S. announces major military aid package for Taiwan. The $345 million deal reportedly includes MQ-9 Reaper drones. The U.S. has sent Taiwan up to $345 million worth of weapons, ammunition, and services. We're already depleted. They just told us within the last few weeks that our own weaponry has been depleted to the point where we don't have the guns, we don't have the ammunition that they're actually seeking. But here we go. Yes, let's send another country, or place, Taiwan, $345 million worth of stuff. Where's it coming from? Who's actually got these goods to actually keep on going? It just doesn't make any sense how President Biden thinks that all these new wars is healthy for us when we have a depleted stockpile. Seriously, this is horrible and scary to think that we just keep on. Oh, we got it. Here you go. Here's some more. Here's some more. It's all right. The United States has you. No, we don't. Quit taking the taxpayers' money and paying for all this shit. It's never going to get paid off. You get people that'll be like, "Oh, well, your taxes don't go up. They used to only pay the normal amount of taxes that you've always paid." Yeah. Well, so how many years is it going to take before this is actually complete? That we'll be able to pay it off. My kids won't be able to pay it off. My grandkids would never be able to pay it off, and their grandkids probably never get to pay it off. We're just going to continue to roll more further and further into debt. And if you believe Joe Biden saying he's actually canceled debt and he's actually lowered the debt he's wrong. He's wrong. We can see the numbers, and for him to actually, go ahead and try padding it to make it look like he's doing something that he's really not is is dangerous in itself. There's more and more people that are waking up to the ridiculousness, and they're actually understanding that he's lying to us. He's been lying to us for better part of 50 years. Biden authorized the drawdown of $345 million in defense articles and services of the Department of Defense and Military Education and Training in Taipei in a memo sent by the State Department, which administers such aid under the 1961 Foreign Assistance Act. Neither the White House nor the Pentagon disclosed that what would be included in the package, which would come out of the existing U.S. military stocks. A former Pentagon official who spoke to Politico earlier said the major line items would be small arms ammunition and MQ-9 Reaper drones. I mean, okay, fine. Maybe we have more drones than we actually think, but at the same time, that small arms ammunition is really seriously something that's not even there. For us to even list it as something that we're going to send means we're going to actually deplete our our goods even further, and that's really scary to actually think. It's really seriously scary to actually think that that would actually be the deal. Um, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told Congress in May that the presidential drawdown package was in the works for Taiwan. U.S. lawmakers have appropriated $1 billion for military aid to the island for the fiscal year. Yeah, there you go. We have the money. It's not a big deal. We can help you. We can help Israel. We can help Ukraine. We can help any other place. We're not going to have our own stuff to actually help ourselves. Friday's drawdown is on top sale of $440 million worth of weapons to Taipei, approved by the U.S. in June. China protested the move at the time, creating tension and undermining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. So 440 million back then, 345 million now, $785 million it is so far just in 2023 alone is amazing. It's amazing amount of money to actually think, oh, it's okay. It's not okay. We're not going to be safe from any of this. Beijing considers Taiwan to be sovereign Chinese territory under its One China policy. The island has been ruled by a separate government that fled the mainland in 1949, with U.S. assistance, having lost the China War, or having lost the Civil War to the communists. Really? Having lost the Civil War to the communists. North Korea thinks that they actually won something as well when it comes down to it. They really do. They just assume that they've won their war in the Koreas, and they actually just celebrated their victory day within the last week. So it's really kind of interesting to think that the communists really have actually expanded and grown as much as they have. The one thing that isn't communist that used to be is Russia. Russia's not communistic. They no longer are sitting under the communistic rule. They're capitalists, conservatives, and Catholics. It's really amazing how much they've actually changed their ways. But we still look at them as that hammer and sickle scary thing that they're no longer. You look at their flag, it's a red, white, and blue, 3 horizontal lines. And, it's really seriously something different than what we grew up knowing. U.S. recognized Taiwan as Republic of China until 1979, when they established diplomatic relations with Beijing as the sole legitimate Chinese government. However, Washington continues to supply Taipei with weapons and equipment and has pledged to defend the island in an event of an invasion from the mainland. Mad Core Mofo, 5-month memberships is going on, brother. 5 months and counting. Awesome. Thank you so much for being a Frog Army member for the 5 months. Don't forget the other C, corrupt. Oh, yes, sure. What's up, ID Crisis? Good to see you, brother. Glad you're here. So then, China, I told you there's more to come. First Chinese freight train crosses new bridge into Russia. The route connects the northeast China province of Heilongjiang to Russia's far east. No big deal. No big deal. Just, an easy way to ship goods from China to Russia and back and forth without an issue. That's fun. It's fun all the way to the far east. Good thing that somebody actually goes and writes up articles about the stuff that's actually there. Thank you, RT, for doing your job, allowing me to do mine. The first Chinese cargo train to cross into Russia via a new bridge over the Amur River arrived on Friday, according to Russian Direct Investment Fund, as cited by the TASS news agency. The 2,209 meters structure links the settlement of whatever, that's a very long name, Nelinitsku, in the Jewish autonomous region in Russia's far east, with the city of Chongqing in China, northernmost Heilongjiang province. The rail links opened in November of 20. The rail linked opened in November of 2022, and since the Russian trains have carried more than 1.6 million tons of cargo to China, checkpoints are now operating around the clock, allowing this significant increase in traffic. So they've been shipping stuff out of Russia to China since November of last year. Only recently, as of the last few days, did the first train come from China to Russia. Wonder what kind of goods they're actually shipping up and around that region, and what kind of stuff will actually. It seems like a very large area for them to actually just go ahead and build this bridge. There is a video. It is really annoying, ding, 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 and wind blowing. You really can't hear anything, but you can see the train, very lengthy train carrying goods across this bridge and into Russia. I bet Russia's really seriously liking the fact that they've strengthened their ties with China, and that it's also good for these allies to actually have tied themselves together with one of the most lengthy bridges for trains. It's quite something and quite interesting. Who knows what will actually, the train won't go back empty, I'm sure. I'm sure it'll haul stuff right straight back into China. The transport corridor is expected to provide a boost in Russia-China trade and ensure development in new projects in the Jewish autonomous region and Chinese border provinces. Isn't that something? Just a little something. Are you kidding me? Right. The heck? That was weird. A nice little freeze up there. Apparently, they don't want us talking about China and Russia being tied together in any way, shape, or form. Because if they, if we talk about it, we know about it. What's that going to actually do to them? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. That was weird. Nice little glitch. Uh, According to U.S. intelligence reports, China is likely providing military aid to Russia. Well, we already kind of knew that that was actually going to be a thing. It's nothing really absolutely new to actually believe that China's not tied to them the way they are, that they wouldn't provide military aid. Of course, they're going to provide military aid. Chinese technology is driving Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine and helping Moscow to evade international sanctions, a new government report says. China's communist regime is helping Russia to evade sanctions and likely provide Russia with military and dual use technology for use in Ukraine, according to the newly released unclassified report compiled by the Office Director of National Intelligence. China is providing some dual use technology that Moscow's military uses to continue the war in Ukraine despite the international uh, cordon of sanctions the export controls. The customs record shows China's state owned defense companies shipping navigation equipment, jamming technology, and fighter jet parts to sanction Russia government owned defense companies. So just a little something for for us to actually contemplate that the China, that CCP has actually been going ahead and doing such a thing, and actually sending technology as well as other military might to Russia. Feral housewife, hey to you. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Let all your friends know where we're at so they can all come join us for a great conversation. Yes, we're talking world news at the moment, but we'll kind of move on to some more local stuff here in a bit. China and Russia continue to unite against U.S. and allies. The CCP, which rules China in a single party state, denies sending any military equipment to Russia. However, the two authoritarian powers have vowed to uphold a no limits partnership throughout the war, up to and including strategic coordination. The burgeoning alliance between the CCP and the Kremlin has been a growing concern to Western officials since CCP General Secretary Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin first announced their partnership on February 4th of last year. Since then, Mr. Xi hasn't joined in international sanctions on Russia for the invasion of Ukraine, and the CCP has consistently taken the position that global financial actions against Russia are valid, thus providing Russia with a vital economic lifeline in Chinese markets. Despite Beijing's claims to the contrary, however, multiple reports have suggested that the regime could be funneling lethal aid to Russia through proxies in the Middle East. According to a February report by German media outlet Der Spiegel, the Chinese regime falsified shipping documents to disguise military aviation equipment bound for Russia as civil in nature and used intermediaries in the UAE to deliver dual use drones to Russia. Printer God says it's all an illusion. LOL. The LOL kind of tells you just a little bit more than the all an illusion. It says that Chloe that just entered the room. Good to see you, Printer God. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope everything's going well for you. Similarly, the White House has acknowledged that Chinese companies have directly supported Russia's war in Ukraine and issued sanctions to Chinese entities accused of backfiring Russia's defense industry, but stopped short of saying that such support amounts to state-directed lethal aid. The new ODNI report builds on that by saying that the CCP has become an even more critical partner of Russia over the course of the war in Ukraine. The report also says that China and Russia are increasing the share of bilateral trade between them that is settled in China's yuan currency, boosting it against the dollar, and China is further increasing its importation of Russian energy exports, including oil and gas, that it reroutes from Europe. Still, the report is not without shortcomings. ODNI says that much of the information cited is owed to other media reports or other open source intelligence, raising the concern that even the nation's intelligence community is struggling to understand the CCP regime's inner workings. The intelligence community lacks sufficient reporting to assess whether Beijing is deliberately inhibiting United States government export control and use checks, including interviews and investigations in China, the report says. Report raises alarm of the Chinese aid to Russia. The Biden administration has raised the alarm. Yeah, sure, it's the Biden administration that raised the alarm. Stop lying to us. Stop pulling our leg. We see what's happening. We understand that there's more and more to come. I have to go into my glow cave every 6 months for a recharge and debrief. So when do we get to get your likeness to come back around for a show sometime soon? Because I haven't talked to you in a while. It'd be fun, even if it's just a hangout. Because I know sometimes some things that you just can't share. I get it. U.S. turning Taiwan into a powder keg. Go figure. Go figure. We just sent them a bunch of money, and now China thinks that we're just turning them into a powder keg. They're just going to go. What are they going to do? They're going to strike and eviscerate the whole island, making it something that they don't really want. They want the territory. They want the goods. They want these people to actually be part of the Chinese Communist Party again. They don't want them to be sovereign to themselves. They don't want any of that. MLS Law Show. Awesome. Good to see you. Oh, Farrell's here. I'll come back later. Why do you have to come back later? Why can't you just hang out and stay with the bunch of us? We don't need one or the other. That's silly. Good to see you. Washington's recent approval of a $345 million military aid package to Taipei only serves to transform the island into an ammunition depot. China said on Saturday Beijing considers Taiwan to be part of the sovereign territory. We just went through this a couple articles ago that $345 million worth of military aid being sent to Taipei, to the island of Taiwan, and now China's looking at it and they're like, oh, it's a powder keg. Thanks. You go ahead and stockpile as much as you possibly can, which, our own diminished stockpile no longer really exists. I don't see where the stockpile is actually going to come from for them to actually be able to do what it is that they're, exactly doing. Awesome. Thank you. What's up, Caitlin? Good to see you, dear. No matter how much of the ordinary people's taxpayer money the Taiwanese separatist forces spend, no matter how many U.S. weapons, it will not shake our resolve to solve the Taiwan problem. Shen Benhu, spokesperson of the Beijing's Taiwan Affairs Office, said in a statement, "Or shake our firm will to realize the reunification of our motherland." Chen added that Washington continued military assistance to turning Taiwan into a powder keg and ammunition depot, aggravating the threat of war in the Taiwan Strait. Again, the threat of war in the Taiwan Strait is CCP threatening something that they believe is actually their own. Between that war, us funding Taiwan, Japan having its issues with North Korea and China, Russia having issues with Ukraine, NATO even is still existing, the onslaught of more military might being brought into the Middle East, as well as heightened aggressions in Syria. It really seriously seems like there's a lot more going on. We need to have a talk about Ukraine sometime. Absolutely. I'm down whenever you want, whenever you have the time. To actually join me for one of these shows. I'll just scrap anything and we'll just talk. I'm down. I'm down. Let's do it. I'm totally down. That's awesome. When can I pen you in? I usually do 8:30 Mountain Standard Times, about 6-7 days a week. So it's really dependent on when you're available. The White House said on Friday that the package could include defense and education training for Taiwanese people. It will also include man pads, surface to air missile systems, and other weaponry to boost its military capabilities, an Associated Press reported on Saturday. We've actually talked about man pads before in their capabilities of being able to actually, surface to air just about anything within moments. So having somebody just go walk up to it, pick it up, hit it, go, boom. It could be very dangerous goings on in this world that I just, I wish would just, stop the aggression, stop the wars. It seems like this war in Ukraine would end if Joe Biden would stop funding it. If Joe Biden would leave it alone. Oh my God! I stopped and held my breath for the word man pads. What's up, Gold Eagle? Good to see you. Uh, Taiwan has previously purchased about $19 billion worth of equipment from the U.S., some of which has not yet arrived in the island. As military production is lagging behind demand, I wonder why it's lagging behind demand. We just keep on sending more billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine to only come back out circled into like the likenesses of like FTX and back into the DNC's back pocket. To only continue to do it really seriously makes you wonder how much money has Joe Biden actually made out of this war that he created. It's really seriously scary to actually think where we're actually going with this. Um, Under the Jimmy Carter administration in 1979, Washington is legally required to provide Taiwan with weapons of a defense nature. Beijing has frequently subjected the U.S. military assistance for Taiwan, which it views as a breakaway province and will ultimately be unified with the mainland. Washington diplomatically acknowledges the one China policy, which states that there is only one true Chinese government, but maintains informal ties with Taipei. China has routinely conducted military exercises in and around the Taiwan Strait at times of heightened collaboration between Washington and Taipei. On Sunday, Taipei said that it identified 6 Chinese naval vessels in waters close to its shores, according to the Ministry of National Defense. Earlier this month, Taiwan said that some 16 Chinese warships had been tracked performing military exercise close to the island over a period of 24 hours. 16 of them just doing circles in and around the island of Taiwan over and over again by Lockheed Martin if we have to provide weapons. I mean, the whole thing is really ridiculous to actually think about, by Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin in itself is ran out of where? Where are these main production facilities that are out and around the world? Oh yeah, China. China. Yes, yes. They're the ones that are pretty much, dumping, uh, making our military might force. It's really seriously kind of stupid. Just some stock advice. Yeah, absolutely. If you actually could actually, afford to actually get yourself in on some of that, any of these, and any of them would be totally worth it. It could make you a pretty penny if you could get in at a good time. I bet if we actually knew somebody like Paul Pelosi or something, that we would probably get some really good advice on when would be the good time to actually do such a thing. Just saying. Just saying. What's this one? Lithuania and Poland may close Belarus borders due to Wagner fighters. So, kind of move on from China just a little bit. It's not all about just China, 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 China. There's a lot that's there and that we should have been paying attention to for a long time. But, Joe Biden said that they were good, that we were safe with being friends with China. They were not our enemies. But look at what they've been doing. Lithuania and Poland. Poland and Lithuania are considering closing their respective borders with Belarus amid concerns over the presence of their Wagner mercenary group, a Lithuanian deputy interior minister said on Friday. The considerations are real. The possibility of closing the border exists. Belarus has been hosting Wagner fighters after their short-lived rebellion against Russia's top military brass. The Polish prime minister said on Saturday that more than 100 mercenaries belonging to the Russian-linked group had moved close to the Polish border. That was amazing. As I just before I went into that paragraph, my air conditioner seriously popped on, so then the air that's just right directly above me just dumped a whole bunch of air, cold air, right at me. And it just breathe. MLS show rule number 4. Always be hilarious? What? Speak to me for a housewife. The Polish prime minister said on Saturday that more than 100 mercenaries belonging to Russian-linked group had moved close to the Polish border. Mateusz Morawiecki said that the mercenaries had moved close to the Salowiki Gap and the strategic strength of Polish territory situated between Belarus and Kaliningrad, a Russian exclave. Lithuania has repeatedly warned its Western allies that Wagner mercenaries could disguise themselves as asylum seekers trying to cross Belarus's borders with EU member states or stage provocations involving refugees. It could be some groups of refugees, irregular migrants being transferred in order to cause some kind of unrest. Poland's ruling party chair, Jaroslaw Kaczynski, said on Friday the Wagner fighters were not in Belarus for fun. They're there to create various types of crises, primarily directed against Poland. Primarily against Poland. Why would be even thinking that that Lithuania and Poland would even come close to closing a border with somebody that we actually had these types of ties with is kind of interesting in itself. What's up, Lefty Laws? Good to see you. I was told there'd be more abuse here. Do you want to be abused? Is that something that you prefer? What kind of abuse do you like? They're there to create various types of crises, primarily directed against Poland. Kaczynski added that that Poland had been building up its defense capabilities so that these provocations, these activities, fail. Poland and Lithuania have both erected fences in their borders of Belarus and Russia, accusing Minsk and Moscow of orchestrated migrant influxes into the EU in order to destabilize the bloc. Good question. Do you want to be abused? Yeah, I mean, he said erect. Yes, I did say erect. It says it right there. It says that they both erected fences. Yes, they erected fences for sure. Russia announces temporary ban on rice exports. So the last two articles should probably been in opposite spots of each other. It probably would have made a little bit more sense to go from one to the next. But I am the producer of this channel. I'm the only one that produces the channel, and all the work that's being done is done by, yes, me. Russia announces temporary ban on rice exports. Russia has suspended exports of rice until the end of the year to support internal market, the government announced on Wednesday, supporting internal markets only. It is very interesting to actually think about when it comes down to the like production of rice. You look at the countries that have the highest production in rice. Obviously, Russia isn't the largest producer of rice, but they're concerned about themselves, and whatever that they actually do produce, they're keeping it to themselves. They don't want to actually share it, because if nobody cares about them, why should they care about anybody else? The government has imposed a temporary ban on export of raw and processed rice. The restriction will be in effect until December 31st of 2023. The statement posted in the Telegram said the decision was made to maintain stability in the domestic market. Right. They don't want because the second that you don't have the stability from actually having something there to actually sell to your own citizenry, you really seriously have to go back and start purchasing, and then it costs more. It costs more for them to buy. They want to keep the prices down in any way, state, or form. This is the stuff that they needed to do to actually do such a thing. The ban does not apply other members of Eurasian Economic Union, Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan, or Southern Ossetia and Abkhazia. Yeah, I really don't know. I haven't really heard of these two before. Wherever those are, I'm sure they're not too far away from where like Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan sit. I would almost assume that they're really close, and at one time probably were USSR territories before all that actually occurred to actually dissolve them and turn Russia into what it is now. Moreover, rice can still be shipped abroad in humanitarian aid and transited through Russian territory. Earlier this week, India, the world's biggest rice exporter, adopted a similar measure, banning overseas sales of non-basmati or white rice. New Delhi said the move would ensure adequate availability and ally the rise in prices in the domestic market. So they really seriously paying attention to their own cost when it comes down to it. They want to actually make the money, but they want to be able to be stable at the same time. Hey, Shani, how's it going, dear? Good to see you. Good to see you. So, looking at, temporary bans on exports for, rice in and out of Russia is kind of interesting in itself, to see why they're doing it and what it's actually going to do to the rest of the world, being that they aren't the largest. But I would assume that they actually would probably produce enough for several other countries as well. Ukraine using North Korean rockets? Really? It just so happens to be that they just kind of come along with some new North Korean rockets. This is something, that's really kind of interesting to believe that Ukraine has the ability to actually have such a thing. The munitions are allegedly seized from a ship by a friendly country and given to Kyiv, the British paper claims. Ukrainian forces have been firing North Korean rockets at Russian positions in Donbass, the Financial Times has claimed. In its report on Friday, the British newspaper said that the munitions in question were shown to its journalists by Kyiv troops operating a Soviet-era Grad multiple rocket launcher near the Russian-held city of Bakhmut, where they gave it a different name, Artyomovsk, I guess. Why they changed names of cities just because they're like, let's just change the name because we own it now. According to the outlet, the markings of the rockets suggested that they had been manufactured in Pyongyang in 1980s and 1990s. The Ukrainians said the projectiles were very unreliable and sometimes did crazy things. However, they added that they were still happy to have them amid munition shortages experienced by Kiev's forces. We need every rocket we can get. Which shortages, ammunition shortages. How is it that we have the shortage in our own stockpile, but you, as a country of Ukraine, are complaining that you're running out of ammunition and that you have shortages of your own? Seriously? What are we going to start fighting with sticks and stones? We might as well. We might as well go grab a stick. Let's go. Go poke him in the eye. When asked about the origins of the munitions, the troops said that that North Korean rockets had been seized from a ship by friendly country and handed over to Ukraine. Yurik Sak, the advisor to Ukraine's defense ministry, whom the paper has contacted, suggested the munitions may have been captured by from the Russian military. Oh, okay. So Russian military just so happened to have North Korean armament that they didn't actually launch. They went ahead, they shipped it into Ukraine, lost control of it, and that's how you got it? Are you lying to us again? Because you tried blaming Russia for actually hitting Poland at one point in time when it wasn't actually Russia's fault to hit Poland, that it was you yourself that actually did it, to finally open up and say, well, we made a mistake. We made a mistake, and that's where it came from. However, the paper doubted the claim, saying that it is highly unlikely that North Korea would provide Ukraine directly with the munitions, as Pyongyang has been supportive of Russia's military operation in Ukraine. Again, Russia, China, North Korea, they're all seriously tied together. They're tied together, but for whatever reason, we have the tendency to believe that these munitions just so happen to come from Pyongyang. I doubt it. Murph's Turf, what up? Good to see you. Last fall, the New York Times and several other outlets published the findings of the U.S. intelligence assessment, which claimed that Moscow had been purchasing artillery shells and rockets from Pyongyang. When asked about the issue about journalists at the time, Pentagon spokesman Brigadier General Pat Ryder said, "We do have indications that Russia has approached North Korea to request ammunition." In an interview with CNN, Russian ambassador in EU Vladimir Chikov rejected those claims, suggesting that the whole story had been invented by the Western media. What else? What else is new? Western media doesn't invent anything else. Of course, they invent these kind of things. They invent these kind of things all the time to try subverting us and keeping us from actually thinking about what is actually true. They just give us half the story and say, "Oh, this is what happened," and then lie to us, and make us think that that's what's actually happening when it's not. The report in Financial Times comes in the wake of a visit to Pyongyang by Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu. During the trip, Shoigu touted the rich history of cooperation between North Korea and Russia, expressing confidence that those ties would be boosted further. The defense minister held talks with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. The other top officials inspected Pyongyang's most advanced weapons and attended a military parade. We just went through this when that official actually went to actually attend this military parade, said that North Korea actually had the largest standing army than any other. It's amazing to actually think that Ukraine has North Korean rockets that they just so happen to think that they seized from different places like Russia or from any other place, but exactly telling us the truth on where they got them from. They just, oh well, we're going to use them. We're going to use them because we don't care. We don't care. We're just going to launch them as best as possible. And as long as it's holding off anybody, we're okay because we don't have the military might otherwise Send us more money, says Vladimir Zelensky. No, stop sending them money. Stop sending all these countries anything. There's no reason that the United States needs to be the one to actually continuously do such a thing. 12 likes, 15 watching. Y'all hit that like button for me if you can. That'd be awesome. RT likes to actually, refresh itself and actually close its stuff down before and makes it refresh again. Kiev to rename iconic monument. Defeat to defeat of Yazis. The Motherland Monument in the country's capital will be called the Ukrainian Mother Monument instead of a senior official has said. Ukrainian authorities will rename the iconic Motherland Monument in Kyiv as part of Kyiv's long-running push to sever cultural ties with Russia. The statue celebrates the Soviet victory over Nazi Germany. Speaking to local media, Yuri Shevchuk, Director General of National Museum of History in Ukraine in World War II, which is responsible for the sculpture, revealed the institution's scientific council has made a number of important decisions. One of them was to rename the Motherland Monument to the Ukrainian Mother Monument, adding that he expects the move to be formally approved by the Ministry of Culture before the country's Independence Day on August 24th. So they're still going to go ahead. They're going to still celebrate their country's independence on August 24th, even though they're actually in this war with Russia, and they're going to try renaming this statue. You know, it would be really hilarious. It'd be super hilarious if Russia actually just went and said, okay, you renamed it. It's no longer what it was, and goes ahead and hits it with a couple of rockets and just takes it out of nowhere. Maybe on that day. Be ignorant and find out what happens, or okay, let's say it the way it is. Fuck around and find out, because that's exactly what it is. What's up, Rose? Good to see you. Good to see you, dear. One of them is to rename Motherland Monument to Ukrainian Mother. I'm not going to read that again. How many times do I have to actually read it? Why do these articles do this? Sometimes they actually rewrite the same thing over and over again. I think you get the point that Kyiv wants to actually rename this particular statue because why? Because it doesn't actually signify their own win or loss. And for them to actually try reclaiming it and calling it anything else to actually show some kind of victory. Obviously, when you hold your sword up and your shield up over your head, you claiming victory over something. I really seriously find it interesting that they're actually trying to rename it to try claiming some kind of victory when we actually realize that those of Ukraine just so happen to be them Nazis. Isn't that something? Uh, 100% propaganda is a sympathizer. Vladimir Zelensky, is that who you're talking about, Murph? I got you. I agree. It's complete bullshit. Yes, complete. And for us as the United States to continue to fund it, to keep it up, to keep them actually being able to fight, is ridiculous in itself. That if Joe Biden and the United States would step down and stop funding it, what would actually happen? Oh, they would cease to exist, and Russia would take over the whole territory and making it theirs. Kind of, maybe sort of like what they sort of want. I don't believe that they actually want the whole country. I believe they just want Crimea, as well as the Donetsk region or whatever, Luhansk and Donetsk, that whole strip on that side that was supposed to stay sovereign in between the two, that Ukraine so happens to think that they own. It's not theirs. They need to quit fighting over something that's not theirs. It's not supposed to be either country's stuff. It's supposed to just be some kind of border in between the country of Ukraine that stands for Ukraine. Ukraine. Oh yes, border nation. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? In their own words, border nation is something that it's really ridiculous to realize how far they've actually gone with this particular conflict. And of course, NATO, something that shouldn't exist in itself. No better time for Ukraine peace talks than now, says this particular NATO member of Hungary. Hungary says, stop it. We don't want anything to do with it. Anything more comes out of it. You think they're going to actually back anything? Nope. They do not give a fuck. Conditions of negotiations at the end of Ukrainian conflict will only worsen. Hungarian Foreign Minister Peter Szijjártó predicted that Budapest on Friday, the two sides have beliefs. Wouldn't be a better position for talks than now. At present, Moscow is prepared to seek a diplomatic solution to the crisis, according to the Russian President Vladimir Putin, while Kyiv and its backers, including US and NATO, are still refusing to enter such talks. They don't want to talk about it because they think that they actually make money from a war. The only people that actually make money from a war are those that are actually producing the weaponry. Why would anybody care so much about that? I seriously think that U.S. Congress people, all of them in the House of Representatives and the Senate, should be wearing NASCAR jackets that shows every single thing that is actually, every single company that is actually backing them, that has funded them the most. The one that's funded them most have a big, huge logo in the center of their back that actually would actually show us why such a thing is ridiculous. To have Hungary actually step up and say, whoa, wait a minute here. Putin wants to actually talk about this. They're willing to actually to diplomatically move on. But the United States is, nah, we'll just keep on funding it. We got the money, we got the goods. We don't have the money, we don't have the goods. Printing more money doesn't make the dollar worth anything more. And we've watched our stockpile deplete. We've heard that our stockpile has been depleted and that the production is really low. So, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Are we going to continue to fund something that we can't win? Or should we diplomatically talk to them and actually come to the agreement that that territory needs to go back the way it was and neither side owns it? It's not Ukraine territory. It's not Russian territory. It's their own, and they actually get to make money from both sides that are going to ship in and through that region. We will fund forever. Yes, it feels that way, doesn't it, Pharaoh Housewife? It really does feel that way. Biden owes too much in bad business deals. He's got to pay it back somehow. Oops. Is it just him? Or did he have his son, the smartest man he knows, actually go ahead and do such a thing? Who is it that is actually funding this? Who is it that's actually making this a thing that it doesn't need to be? Yesterday's conditions were better than today's, and tomorrow's conditions will be worse than today's. Budapest still believes that there's no military solution to the conflict. Hungary has emerged as one of the most active advocates of a negotiated solution to ongoing conflict. Hungarian officials include Szijjártó and Prime Minister Viktor Orban have repeatedly called for ceasefire in a peace deal in Ukraine, have criticized the EU for sending arms to Kyiv, and Budapest has also been adamant that anti-Russian sanctions hurt Europe more than they hurt Moscow. In June, Orban told German tabloid Bild that the Ukrainian victory on the battlefield is impossible. Nobody's gonna win. if we keep on funding this to actually keep on fighting off Russian might, and when Russia actually goes ahead like they did last week and releases bigger and better and stronger might than they have actually been showing already, it's going to come to a standstill of military might throwing shit at each other. It sounds like it's going to be the next Afghanistan, where we sat for 20 plus years for absolutely no reason. Pretty sure the Ruskies have a fitting attribute in mind for their silver platter. What up, Go Hagen? Good to see you, brother. Glad you're here. Moscow has repeatedly signaled that it is ready for peace talks with Ukraine. It has also blamed Kyiv for the lack of progress in diplomacy, citing a decree signed last year by President Vladimir Zelensky that prohibits talks for as long as Russia's Putin remain in power. Last month, the Ukrainian leader reiterated his stance that talks with Moscow could only start after Russian forces withdraw from all Ukrainian territory within its 1991 borders, including Crimea. Russia has rejected such demands as unrealistic. It's unrealistic because they've been there since 2014 and they're not going to walk out of there. They're not going to walk out of there in any way, shape, or form. They don't care. They're like, no, we'll talk, but no, we're not going to walk out of areas or territories that they believe are theirs and that they should actually have under their control. Chat is being lame. Why? Make it not lame. Talk to each other. Speaking at Russian African Summit in St. Petersburg on Friday, Putin said the ongoing conflict is rooted in threats posed to Russia's security by NATO. Washington and its allies reject negotiations on the issues of assuring equal security. Hang out for a little bit, because there's still a lot of people that still think that I don't start until 10 p.m. Mountain Standard, which is still in about 10 minutes. So there's going to be another drop of people that will come through within the next 10, 15 minutes or so. And then there'll be more after that. So stick around. You might be surprised on who will actually show up. I just really seriously find it ridiculous that how far that particular war has actually gone, and how we're never going to actually make it out of it under current stipulations, because both sides have stipulations before they can actually talk, or before they want to talk. I had trouble posting in the chat as well. You shouldn't have trouble posting in chat. Nobody should have issues. My YouTube's totally open. What's up, P. Beaver? Good to see you over on that Rumble side. That being said, if you're having issues with YouTube, you can always try to make it over Rumble and see if that's not a little bit better for you. That being said, I'm going to actually kind of move on just a little bit. Top official admits Greek wildfires were caused by arson, not climate change. Caused by arson, not climate change. Gee, I wonder if we all didn't kind of think about that at one point in time and just assume that there was something that was kind of amiss when it came to all these environmental catastrophes that are around the world. Can't message on Rumble the way I can on the tube. I gotcha. Top environmental official in the Greek government has admitted that recent wildfires in Greece are a result of arson attacks that were not caused by climate change, as the corporate media claims. Establishment media outlets around the world have filled with apocalyptic themed news coverage about heat waves and wildfires. The majority of the fear-mongering reports claim the fires had not and hot weather had caused by climate change. However, Greek climate change minister Vasilis Kikilias, that's quite an interesting name for this climate change minister, has just revealed that the majority of the 667 fires that had been erupted across the country in recent weeks were found to have been ignited by human hand. According to the news, according to the Sky News, Kikilias told reporters that the people responsible were guilty of arson either by criminal negligence or by intention. While legacy media outlets have begun to begrudgingly admit that arson is playing a major role in the fires, they continue to claim that that supposed climate change has made it easier for fires to spread. Now, okay, so there is climate change as we go from season to season, from summer to fall to winter to spring back to summer. We feel it get colder and it get warmer as the seasons go on. Climate change. Global warming, on the other hand, that they actually are claiming it to be, I'm not so positive. I'm not so positive that that's actually something that's really seriously a kicker. Though I've been actually told by some that, you know, it is a thing. I'm not sure if I really believe it. I really don't. And I think I should have the right to my opinion. You mean you couldn't just pay homeless people you created to create havoc? We never had fires before climate change. What's up, Ben Frail? Good to see you. If it wasn't for change, it wouldn't be fucking climate. I get it. That's why I said I believe in climate change. I don't believe in global warming. The same outlets frequently use fire red colored maps to report the heat waves, while claiming that heat is a result of climate change, despite historical temperature data showing nothing out of the ordinary. However, the Greek newspaper Kathimerini notes that a significant element in the annual problems of wildfires is that arsonists, who are usually tried for negligence since intent is extremely hard to prove, tend to get away with small sentences, rarely serve any prison time, and face no other penalty for terrible destruction they cause to humans, animals, and the environment. The Greek climate minister reported that the fires have burnt 400 square kilometers of land during the month of July alone. This is compared to recent yearly average of around 500 square kilometers. While devastating, it should be noted that far more land is burned in previous years, including the record high in 2007, when about 4 times as much land was burnt. It also is worth noting that wildfires and heat waves ravaged the earth long before humans arrived. This is not something that will just occur this year. Right, exactly. It's something that always happens, and you can't blame it on one thing in particular. When it's all comes down to it, and we actually see exactly what is actually happening, and you see that there's arsonists running around creating fires. It will last, and we have to face the consequences of what that means. Over 20,000 tourists and residents have been evacuated from their homes and hotels in recent days. It has been estimated that 40 people have died from the direct result of the fire in Greece, Italy, and Algeria this season. Good thing that they actually, inflated that number. It's not just Greece, but they actually put Italy and Algeria in there to inflate the number of people that have actually died, so they can actually give it a nice round number of 40 people. Temperatures in the Mediterranean region have been, I want to say, when the last I looked at Greece itself, it was only 8. So nice way to inflate numbers. Way to go, media. Temperatures in the Mediterranean region have been dropping, and the wind has been slowing, allowing firefighters to better combat the fires that are still ablaze. Meanwhile, it is not just Greece where arson has been identified as the cause of fire. earlier this week, police drone footage in the southern Italian region of Calabria actually caught a man apparently in the act of trying to start a wildfire in response to the issue of arson, which occurs annually during the wildfire season. Calabria Governor Roberto uh, O- O- Okihuto established a specialized task force to combat the scourge of arson. Italy's Granule reports the effort includes the fleet of 30 drones that caught the arsonist this week. It's really seriously gross and disturbing to actually believe how media has actually spun it to make it sound like it was something more than what it really was. And media still kind of starts to inflate things. Is not all 40 people actually came out of Greece, though the article's about Greece, and what has happened on their particular island. So as this actually happens and works itself through, I bet there's going to be more and more arsonists that will actually be arrested for actually doing such a thing. I think that they should actually be looked at as being terrorists in themselves that have actually caused such a thing, as they created a multitude of terror in and around the region. Okay, back watching while I worked at creating my hand-picked and dried flora jewelry. Awesome. That sounds cool. Ben says Muslim terrorists are being told to start bushfires in Australia by the Al Qaeda newspaper. They caught a number of them. And that's something. Oh, we need to start fires in another country because these other countries are starting to actually run out of woodland to actually go ahead and ignite. Find another country, go do it there. Gross. So, and the reason that this ended up here as opposed to actually being before the last couple of articles and being near China is because this is the World Economic Forum. World Economic Forum in itself, I usually give its own category or subcategory. Eventually, what I'd like to do, what's up, Elephant? What I'd like to do is in between between the world news, the United States news, other things, is actually create little screens that I can click on to actually, change what we're going to actually speaking of, so you can actually kind of see something a little different. I'm just not that super talented at doing that stuff. So eventually something might come up. Shiloh Mang. Hi. I made the best taco salad. I like taco salads. I like tacos, including pink tacos. The World Economic Forum and the founder of Klaus Schwab have been slammed by the international policy think tank for importing the culture of China communist dictatorship into the West. The Gatestone Institute accuses the WEF of trying to replace governmental systems as Western nations a totalitarian Chinese Communist Party style socio-political, philosophical, and economic ideology. On Friday, the Gatestone Institute, J.B. Shruck, issued a warning that the WF's plan will result in a tyrannical system in which a small group of elites bark orders and ordinary citizens dutifully obey. The effort to replace current systems in the West with the CCP-style totalitarianism is all part of Schwab's Great Reset agenda. It is bizarre to see so many international institutions today looking at China for global guidance. Schruck signals into Schwab and noted that he routinely applauds China's surveillance state for its capacity to nudge citizens towards compliance. It is deeply unsettling to see a destroyer of civilization held up as the future of global civilization. American and Western conservatives are sounding the alarm about the potential for CCP-style social credit system, possibly enforced through national digitized currency or central bank digital currency, being forced onto the public. The libertarian group Cato writes that the addition of potentially spelling doom for what little financial privacy protections remain for citizens, the CBDC could provide countless opportunities for the government to control citizens' financial activities. At the same time, private mega corporations friendly to leftist social engineering, like Chase Bank, are implementing their own social credit system in which they cancel and punish individuals and groups that dissent on various woke agendas, from climate change to LGBTQ to anti gun activism. I guess I'm screwed. Y'all want to help me out, support me, go down below, hit that dollar sign, and donate to the cause to keep me going. Otherwise, according to them, I might not be worth worth a thing. Uh, the World Economic Forum, established by Schwab in 1971, claims that it engages in foremost political, business, cultural, and other leaders of society to shape global, regional, and industry agendas, strives in all its efforts to demonstrate entrepreneurship in the global public interest while upholding the highest standards of governance, moral, and intellectual integrity as its heart of everything it does. But Schrock sees little integrity in promoting communist China as a model of free Western societies, while China apologists turn a blind eye to the one party communist states continuing genocides against Christians, Tibetans, Uyghurs, Falun Gong practitioners, and other minorities. They champion the machinery of China's tech technocratic totalitarianism as a model for the rest of the world. Schuck describes what Maoist style cultural revolution would do to the West by first describing how it wiped out China's rich history. China's traditional way of life had survived thousands of years in intermittent civil war, foreign aggression, bouts of famine, and Western sabotage. When the virus of communism took root in its lands, however, China's vibrant history was wiped out within a generation. 2.5 decades ago, several academics made a laudable effort to calculating the cost of communism in the 20th century, the Black Book of Communism, Crimes, Terror, and Repression. While that work capably catalogs how communist governments systematically murdered 100 million citizens and tortured many more, it only begins to describe the immense destructive force communism has had in the Chinese people. And Western civilization had endured a similar cultural revolution. It would be as if all of the great ideas from the Greek democracy, Roman republicanism, Judeo Christian theology, Enlightenment reason, and scientific revolution and preservation of individual liberty has disappeared overnight. Just gone. Just gone. It would decimate anything and everything that we're supposed to be about. I don't say what we are about, because when you look at our current situations, the dictator that is currently in the president's seat just so happens to be potentially part of this group that actually kind of goes along with their thoughts and ideas of the World Economic Forum, and would like to actually instill such a thing as he doesn't care about us. Seriously, let those who think a good idea live their long term. Love their long term. Sure. Yes. Exactly. Let people alone and quit actually trying to say that you need to actually rule over them and make them something that don't necessarily need to be. Everybody should have their own freedoms. Imagine deleting the history of Aristotle, Cicero, Augustine, Aquinas, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, Shakespeare, Locke, Jefferson, and every other thinker, writer, artist, inventor, and statesman in between. It is the depth of culture genocide communism has perpetrated against the Chinese people, in addition to the tens of millions of victims slaughtered and expunged from collective memory. Reaching back into the Clinton years, when communist China was first offered the most favored nation trading status, Shruck writes that exclusive China's totalitarianism and handing the communist nation the keys to enriching itself from lucrative global markets may well prove to have been the most consequential foreign policy error in centuries. Oh, let's go ahead and let's go back to that asshole Democrat, that Clinton. Instead of bringing a greater prosperity for Americans, as then President Clinton and Secretary of State Madeleine Albright promised at the time, normalizing trade relations with China was devastated the United States' once robust industrial and manufacturing self-sufficiency, impoverished blue-collar workers across the country, and left ordinary Americans dependent upon an often hostile geopolitical foe for critical raw materials and finished products, rather than providing a mechanism for democratizing a closed communist state. Bringing the world's economy to China's doorstep has only hardened its iron grip. Authoritarianism encouraged its regional saber rattling, expanded its capacity to inflict harm on ordinary Americans, and cemented its geopolitical clout. Citing George W. Bush's claim that open trade is a force for freedom in China, a force of stability in Asia, and a force for prosperity in the United States, we can look at George W. Bush and say, oh, well, he was actually, maybe a Republican, rhino at best. Rhino at best. Those are all commendable goals, but good intentions frequently bring disastrous results. If Bush had known in 2001 that America's blue-collar workforce would be languishing today, that China would be killing tens of thousands of Americans each year with fentanyl while stealing American companies' proprietary technology, and that global institutions such as the World Health Organization and the World Economic Forum would be actively promoting the Chinese Communist Party's technocratic surveillance state, perhaps he would not have been quite so eager to empower China through unfettered trade. Shruck offers a devastating take on WF and the Great Reset agenda. For all the emphasis on science and technology, despite its dazzling vision for the future, the Great Reset follows the footsteps of China's cultural dissolution. As Schwab's influential organization seeks to recreate a Chinese system where a small group of elites bark orders and ordinary citizens dutifully obey. It chases a bleak existence where free thinking is viewed as dangerous and state dogma as embraced on faith. It wishes to construct a civilization devoid of lively culture where forms of artificial intelligence build out the world and human innovation wastes away. The Great Reset is a 21st century cultural revolution intended to purge the West of its old ways. Intended to purge the West of its old ways. If we just continue to allow it to happen, it's exactly what is going to happen. It's been something that's actually been in the books, like they said, since Clinton. I think since before that they've actually gone ahead and allowed this massive amount of manufactured goods to not be produced here in the United States. I watched companies go shutter 20, 30 years ago that I had worked for, and they always kind of said that they were being shipped to Mexico. You know, that these companies were being sent there, as opposed to actually being sent to where we actually now realize, to like places like China. But you know, China is nowhere or anything that we should ever have to worry about, according to Joe Biden. Now that we're actually looking at China, you know, going after the likenesses of like Taiwan, and potentially trying to create more war, could be very, very dangerous for the livelihood of all of us here in this wonderful, great nation of the United States of America. So, Klaus Schwab is now, instead of just doing those things that he says he's going to do, like make us eat the bugs and all the other, you know, random bullshit that he likes to come up with for this one world order, he's now looking at China and their culture and trying to actually push their culture, because, you know, what's better than communism for the whole world? For the whole world, because, you know, why wouldn't one world order work best under anything other than communism? It's so gross and very, very disturbing to actually think that anything like that would actually be a deal. 12 watching, 12 watching, and 20 likes. Thank you all so much for hitting that like button. If you haven't done so already, please go ahead and do such a thing. Looks like there are a couple people over on Rumble, about 7 of them. Y'all hit that thumbs up button for me. Rumble this out and let people know where we're at. If you don't like either one of those platforms, you can actually watch the Rumble stream over on Locals. It is a thing that you can actually join in and hold a conversation there as well. If you really feel the need, don't really have a large community of people that actually go over there, but I think if a couple of you started going, we might just get a few more. Might just get a few more. All right. So, kind of move on from the world news into the United States and things that are happening here. Things that are happening here. So then you got, you know, Joe Biden in his octogenarian bullshit. The oldest man alive, the most supposedly most popular person with the most votes. Now, Democrats waking up. Democrats are waking up to the situation. They're not just switching party anymore. They're actually trying to push their will against him as well, to actually be like, no, you've gone too far. Democratic Rep. Eyes plan to primary Biden in 2024. Primary the crap out of him. Get him out of here. Representative Dean Phillips, Democrat out of Minnesota. Now this guy, Dean Phillips. I'm originally from Minnesota. That's why I can feel the way I do about this guy. Rep. Dean Phillips, when it comes down to it, is really one of the more ignorant people on the planet. I really don't care for him. I don't care what he's about. But for him to finally wake up to some of the stuff that is actually happening has moved him from actually being far left to being almost centrist. They call him moderate, as it be. Really seriously kind of find it really interesting that this guy is actually pushing at Joe Biden for his presidential run. So this is said on Friday that he's being encouraged to primary Joe Biden for the Democratic nomination in 2024 presidential election. Phillips is a three-term Democratic from the state of Minnesota, is eyeing a run at the White House, according to the report from the Minnesota Post. He's been dubbed to be the most moderate pick over the president. The representative was one of the first Democrats in Congress to publicly question another term of Biden as U.S. president. In an interview about a year ago In response to whether or not he would support Biden, Phillips said, "No, I think the country would be well served by a new generation of compelling, well prepared, dynamic Democrats who step up." Phillips, you need to step up just a little bit more if you think that you're going to actually go out and actually take out the likeness of Joe Biden and primary him and make it so that he can't even be elected in any way, shape, or form. Nonetheless, to see what else could potentially happen in and around the near future of this particular situations. According to Politico, Phillips has been receiving inquiries about how willing he would be to primary Biden and will be meeting with donors to talk about the race. Phillips is unlikely to mount a primary challenge unless Biden's health worsens or the poll numbers drop drastically, according to Politico, because he does not want to weaken Biden's standing for the American people. Like I said, he's kind of, he doesn't want to weaken his standing with the American people, but then he wants to still primary him. How are you going to primary him if you're not against him? You have to kind of be against him and what he's about to actually go ahead and actually win any type of nomination to the Democratic Party. The report from the Star Tribune confirmed that Phillips was talking about running, and he told Axios that the reporting is accurate. Phillips flipped a GOP seat in the state of Minnesota in 2018 and has been reelected twice. He's on his third term in office. Other challengers include RFK, who has bemoaned the leftward shift of the Democratic Party. He seriously come out and said that he was Democrat through and through. He believes in the same Democratic Party that the likenesses of his father and an uncle would have actually been at, and believes that the Democratic Party is still just that. I kind of all the things that he actually does believe in, is kind of interesting to have me believe that he still thinks the Democratic Party is still the same. A lot of you look at it and be like, oh, how, you're centrist to the right or whatever, this, that, or the other. And it's like, well, I really wasn't. I was to the left just a little bit over the last year of actually, waking up to a lot of stuff and reading things and paying attention to things, taking the same political test and answering exactly the same exact way, moved me 6 notches to the right. And it's like, well, wait a minute here. I didn't change my opinion. My opinion didn't change on anything. It's just that the political spectrum has actually moved that much, that the center is now further left than it ever had been, which is pushing a lot of those Democrats that are, centrist moderates to actually switch parties to, today's Republican Party. Another primary candidate is Marianne Williamson, who ran in 2020 until she ultimately dropped out of the race. Williamson has written several self-help books and wrote the campaign message, "Turning Love into a Political Force." Phillips has been hesitant to show support for Biden since at least July of last year. "I'm impressed by Biden's presidency and find the president to be a man of equal parts competency and compassion." Competency and compassion. He's not competent. And he has zero compassion for anybody, as if you actually have your child around, you best hold him tight or her tight, as he might actually come close to them and try nibbling on them or sniffing them or doing something with his face that where it shouldn't be. American democracy is made stronger by competition. Phillips said in the time of the Biden second term announcement, coronations are antithetical to democracy. I guess you say so. Like I said, Dean Phillips is really something that I actually look at and pay attention to. It sounds like he might actually be tried to come a Democratic nomination, pick up a Democratic nomination if he actually has the abilities to actually enter the presidential race. I find it fun and interesting to see where he'll actually go. What's up, Moose? How you doing? Both equal to 0. Who? Dean Phillips and Joe Biden? I don't know what I was saying that made you actually say such a thing. Clarify for me. We'll try hitting on it. The judge in Hunter Biden case issues new order to prevent misrepresentations by his legal team. This is something that's actually been hit on in the last few days. Something that won't actually go away. We all know that Hunter Biden did something, did a few things, tax evasions, firearms claims, as well as working in and around China or Burisma or any other really seriously something to pay attention to, something that we'll continuously pay attention to. Moose, I don't remember now either. That's fun. The federal judge overseeing the cases against Hunter Biden issued a new order on Friday that appeared to take umbrage with his legal team, as well as Justice Department prosecutors. U.S. District Judge Mary Ellen Norieka's order instructs the parties in the case to bring all issues to her directly rather than to circuit clerk's office in order to prevent misrepresentations moving forward. I have already discussed my concern about apparent misrepresentations made as a member of the court's clerk office. In addition to that, in submission of addressing those apparent misrepresentations, counsel of the House Ways and Means Committee needlessly included on the public docket an email from a clerk's office staff member that contained her personal contact information. Therefore, it is hereby ordered that going forward, any issues or inquiries in the above captioned cases shall be brought to my attention and not to the clerk's office. Any such issues and inquiries shall be submitted in writing and placed on the docket. Prior to the first son's court appearance last week, someone in Hunter's legal team allegedly misrepresented her identity during a phone call with the clerk's office regarding the amicus brief filed by a GOP lawmaker, which led Norieka to threaten sanctions for Biden's attorneys. She don't care. She's there and she says, fuck around and find out. The Daily Caller added Norieka and Latham Watkins LLP staffer Jessica Bengals represented herself as someone who worked with Theodora Catilla, the attorney for the House Ways and Means Committee, in a call to the clerk's office. Republican Missouri Rep. Jason Smith, chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, issued an amicus brief Tuesday asking the judge to consider testimony from 2 IRS whistleblowers showing political interference in the Hunter Biden investigation. Bengals allegedly tried to get the clerk to take down information from the IRS whistleblower testimony because it contained sensitive information. Sensitive information or damning information, because when it comes down to it, if it's that sensitive and you need to actually take it down so that it doesn't actually hurt your witness or your client from actually being charged with what he needs to be charged with, ways and means, our means, their ways. Yeah, really seems that way, doesn't it? In a letter to Norieka on Tuesday night, a partner of Latham Watkins attributed the incident to a miscommunication, clarifying that Bengals is not associated with Biden's legal team. Bengals is a sworn affidavit submitted on Tuesday, maintained that she did not misrepresent her identity to deceive the court, the Daily Caller noted further. Prior to his appearance, Hunter Biden agreed to a plea bargain his legal team worked out with DOJ prosecutors that would see him plead guilty to a pair of tax misdemeanors while deferring any punishment to the federal gun law violations for 2 years. Noriega discovered the unusual provision buried deep within the agreement and called out federal prosecutors Leo Weiss and Biden attorney Chris Clark to explain it during Wednesday's court appearance. Noriega's scrutiny resulted in Biden's plea deal blowing up after Weiss conceded that the immunity provision could not protect Biden from potential charges from his under the FAR agreement for his business dealings in Ukraine, China, and Romania. This is not good. This is not good at all. And if this judge is going to continuously go after him for any and everything that she possibly can to shut down his team, to stop the team from actually going and doing whatever it is that they feel that they want to do, it could be good for us to actually see, and maybe, just maybe, the rest of the United States to might start waking up to the situation and really seriously show that Joe Biden's corruption runs super deep and thick into his own son's court proceedings. All those ties, Burisma, this CFE out of China, isn't that something? All the stuff that he's really seriously tied to is amazing. What is up, Keith Gregory? Good to see you. Good to see you. Jamie Hims, Democratic representative, says Hunter Biden broke the law. The Democratic wall of silence surrounding Hunter Biden is beginning to crumble, with a prominent congressman admitting that President Biden's troubled son is a crook who should be held accountable. When the Democrats start waking up and actually pointing at it and being like, oh, wait a minute, I seen that. You can read this, and I know you can. Absolutely, Michael Hagan. Absolutely. The Democratic wall of silence surrounding Hunter Biden beginning to crumble. Let me say something that you never heard a Republican member of Congress say in 4 years of the Trump administration, which is that if Hunter Biden broke the law, he should be prosecuted. And it's clear that he broke the law with respect to taxes and possibly the ownership of a handgun. He should be held accountable for that. Hims rapped, Republicans are not calling out former President Trump when he was indicted, but said Hunter Biden should be prosecuted and convicted if he used his father's influence to commit crimes. If he traded in his father's influence, he should be held accountable for that. And I'm emphasizing this because you never ever heard a Republican say the same thing about Donald Trump and his family, because it's not true. It's just simply not true. It's all lies. It's all a push to actually get something that's not actually there. Still, the Democratic congressman serving the 8th term insists that there's no evidence that President Biden, 80, colluded with his son on any crimes. Now the question about impeachment. There's today zero evidence that Joe Biden, the president of the United States, knew about his son was doing. If he did know about it, if he participated in that, then that is a very different conversation, Himes said. But House Republicans, including Kevin McCarthy, are talking about initiating an impeachment inquiry over the Biden family's alleged corrupt business deals with foreign entities after the Post revealed a key witness saying Hunter Biden frequently put his father on the phone with foreign business associates. Of course he would. Why? Because he's the smartest man that Joe Biden knows. Himes said in evidence that surfaces involving the president should be investigated. Hunter Biden's sweetheart plea deal collapsed last week after Delaware federal judge Mariana Noriega questioned the terms that immunized 53-year-old's first son from being prosecuted for potential crimes relating to the business dealings beyond pleading guilty to tax and gun charges with no jail time. Hunter Biden, who is still under federal investigation, pleaded not guilty to 2 misdemeanor tax counts and willful failure to pay federal income tax after the plea deal fell through. His attorneys and prosecutors are negotiating the revised agreement. The stunning turn of events forced White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre last week to claim that the president wouldn't pardon his son if the plea deal was not revoked and he's convicted. If he did it and he actually gets convicted of the crime, and where he gets zero pardon from daddy, because daddy isn't going to actually sit there and implicate himself on anything like that. He wants us to believe that he had zero things to do with it. He wants us totally to believe that. And I don't believe that he's actually going to stand back and just allow all this to happen. I really don't. I can actually see more and more coming out of this, as it be that Joe Biden steps to the side to let his son actually take the rap for all of it and say, don't put my name in there in any way, shape, or form. I don't want anything to do with it because I don't want them coming after me and charging me for the same thing. Trial of the century, says Michael Hagan. That's quite interesting coming out of you, sir. It's quite interesting to believe that could actually be exactly that. And that's something. That's fun. That's fun. House Oversight GOP torpedoes Jamie Raskin's propaganda about Hunter Biden case with perfect response. I wrote earlier about a liberal media and the Democrats' talking point. Hunter Biden may have done things. He may have his foibles, but none of that touches Joe Biden. There's no evidence that he is involved in any way with any Hunter's questionable dealings. They're doing their best to try to spin the scandal away from the president, but unfortunately for them, there's evidence that isn't going to disappear anytime soon, and likely more coming, with Hunter's close business partner Devin Archer expected to give an interview in the House Oversight Committee tomorrow. I can't wait. I totally can't wait to actually watch to see what actually happens with this particular interview with Devin Archer. Although there appears to be a funny business afoot with that as well. The Democrats get that it's all coming out now and people are paying attention. Finally. So they're doing their best to downplay it, to twist it or stop it. The Democratic ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Jamie Raskin, tried doing some massive spinning on July 17th interview with an FBI supervisory special agent on the Hunter Biden case. Raskin claimed that the Republicans are concealing and deliberately hiding the transcript of agents' interview with oversight. Democrats said they were publicly calling on committee chair James Comer to release the transcript. However, Oversight Committee Republicans decimated Raskin's claim with a couple of simple facts. Nandor's Man Bun. What's up, dear? Good to see you. Yes, I'll give you a whisper. Last night, ranking member Raskin wrote an 11-page letter accusing us of concealing the former FBI special agent's transcript from the Democrats, except we emailed it to them 10 days ago after we received it. To save face, Raskin has resent his letter without those false accusations, but now pretending not to know the committee's operating procedure for releasing transcripts. You can't make it up. Raskin's playing the dirty game that he's always known how to play. That's what he does. We don't whisper. Yes, we do. We whisper. We also roar because, when it comes down to it, we get agitated enough. Yes, we will. We will actually do both. Uh, the transcript is going through a normal review process where the witness in his or her counsel reviews it and is able to suggest any corrections needed. Once the process is completed, and because in this case, doing so mid investigation will not harm upcoming investigative steps, we will release it. To be clear, the former FBI special agent was interviewed by the committee to offer independent verification of the events described in sworn testimony by the IRS whistleblowers. The transcript will show exactly that. Whoops. These Republicans do have some moxie. It's hard to get more executive way of shutting down Raskin and his nonsense. Nicely done, House Republicans, for calling Raskin out for spreading manure. The GOP noted that the agent's testimony was corroborated information that was already obtained by the IRS whistleblowers. As so, whatever this guy said wouldn't change what they already testified to, particularly if it's if it's the conduct of the FBI and the DOJ that's in question. I'm not sure that would get confirmation from the FBI that they had been biased. It remains to be seen what's in the transcript for that agent, but I wouldn't believe for one hot second Raskin's characterization of what he supposedly said. The agent being referenced is a man, but notice who Raskin isn't mentioning when he's trying to attack the Republicans on July 17th interview with Laura Dunlow, who reportedly revealed that the FBI determined that Hunter Biden laptop was real, but then it was stopping FBI members from saying that to anyone. Raskin doesn't want to talk about her or the iOS whistleblowers because that just kills his spin and shows his bias. It sure does. It sure does show his bias, and it really does actually stop him from actually spewing the ridiculous, as they call it, manure all over the place to actually make it sound like he's actually better than what he actually is, and that Hunter Biden is special, and we shouldn't look at anything that comes up about this particular instance because in my assumption, it isn't just Joe Biden that's actually making out on this particular deal that Hunter Biden actually did, that probably almost any other Democrat that they can actually pad their pockets would actually also go along with their ordeal. And Jamie Raskin's one of the more easy ones to actually buy out, as he simply doesn't care, and he'll do whatever it is and say whatever he feels is necessary to actually turn you to make you think that he's actually saying something truthful. He never said anything ever that has been truthful. Zero things that have come out of this man is truthful. As you can see, the do-rag that's on his head that he actually used to actually, because of his baldness that actually made him lose his hair from the cancer treatments, where he's actually fought and actually become victorious over his cancer, to still wear it to virtue signal to his people that, hey, look at me and pay attention to everything I'm about. I don't think we should. Lady Justice, the blind bitch ain't never did shit for me. I'm with you on that one, brother. I really am. All the stuff that I've done in my past, all the bullshit that I've gone through, and believing that she's actually Lady Justice has done anything for me, has done zero things for me. Done zero things for me. So, I mean, as far as that goes, I'm with you. Finally, Joe Biden acknowledges Hunter's 4-year-old love child, Navy. President Joe Biden hasn't met his grandchild, Navy, but he's finally acknowledged her. In an exclusive statement in People magazine, Biden said, "This is not a political issue, it's a family matter. Jill and I only want what is best for all of our grandchildren, including Navy." Not only has Biden refused to state that he has 7 grandchildren, leaving out a little 4-year-old Navy, but he's reportedly instructed staff to also only refer to 6 grandchildren. He has repeatedly left out the girl born to Hunter Biden and a woman who's known to whom he had a productive dalliance in London. Hunter recently came to a statement with Navy's mom, which included prohibiting Navy from using the Biden's name. The case is heard in an Arkansas court. So finally, this child that we all knew existed, they're actually finally saying, "Oh, okay, fine, yeah, yep. There is another love child that's out there that Hunter Biden just so happened to actually help conceive." And yeah, I guess we'll now tell you that it is our grandchild. Why they wouldn't want to claim a grandchild is kind of disturbing in itself. uh, it's a myth, justice in this land. Hunter highlights it like the marker. Yes. The Biden family administration's collective refusal to admit that the child exists has infuriated many conservatives who point to the complete cowardice and absolute lack of humanity it is to not only deny a child a place in your family, but a name. It was the child's is that child support agreement a source told people that facilitated the new admission of grand paternity from the president, encouraging him to do the right thing. The comments from the source do little to mitigate the previous behavior. After a report from New York Times revealed that staff was not permitted to say that Biden actually had 7 grandchildren, not the 6 that he was willing to claim, there was a public outcry against the president's behavior, at least from conservatives. Thousands of families have faced similar circumstances, working it out in private versus the spotlight. At the center is a 4-year-old girl, and everyone wants what is best for her, including all her grandparents. The agreement ensures that Navy gets some money from her father, but also some of his artworks. Hunter pivoted to painting after his previous career became unattainable. His previous career of what? Using crack cocaine? Is that the previous career that you're actually alluding to that he actually went away with to actually go start painting pictures? It is unclear if Navy will be permitted to call President Biden Pop like his other grandkids do in the event that he never meets her. Uh, you know, they shouldn't call him Pop. Just makes it sound weird because what has he actually been doing over and over again to little children with this sniffing and nibbling and things? For these kids to call him Pop really kind of sounds kind of disturbing. Just saying. Biden shows just how bad his deterioration has gotten during the remarks in Maine. Okay, this one. I think there's a video. There's a couple videos. So that's an old him walking up steps. This one is actually kind of interesting. Let me share this screen here real quick, so you get some audio, some better visual with it. He goes and walks past the Marines that are standing there that he's actually supposed to salute. and he doesn't salute them. He doesn't turn around, doesn't even think that he's supposed to salute them in any way, shape, or form. Says, am I supposed to go this way? Only to turn around and ask another service member, which way am I supposed to go? He's like, oh, this way. Oh, this way. Okay, I'll turn around. I'll walk this way with you to actually finally make it very slowly to my ultimate destination.
Might as well.
His current is a go ahead. It's so good. Pop goes the we. That's exactly why I said they shouldn't be calling him Pop.
President Biden right now walking to Marine One after getting off Air Force
His previous career as a Ukrainian oil executive. Oh, that one.
Shelley Pingree, Angus King, and Jerry Golden. 3 of our 4 congressional delegates here from Maine are with the president today. Again, he'll hop on that, and he's going to head up to Auburn.
Then he's supposed to salute these ones as well, and refuses to do such a thing. Wait a minute, did this service member, did the Secret Service member actually? Oh, he just went to pick his nose. Never mind, he didn't salute him either. These ignorant fucks don't give a shit about a damn thing when it comes down to what they're intended to do. As the commander-in-chief of the United States, you are the head military personnel. They are saluting you as you are supposed to salute them back. You asshole. Quit treating your service members like they're steaming piles of trash.
But guess what? In 2 years, I've cut the national debt by $1.7 trillion while doing all of this. $1.7 trillion.
You liar. You did not cut the national debt by $1.7 trillion. You did not come close to cutting anything from our national debt. Our national debt has still increasingly grown to now what is $32.6 trillion. You weird whack job. What makes you think that any of that is actually the truth? If anybody seriously thinks that's the truth, please enlighten me on why you think that he would actually be able to go to the point of actually lowering our national debt in any way, shape, or form.
Republicans may have to find something else to criticize me for. Now that inflation is coming down, maybe they'll decide to impeach me because
it's still not coming down.
I don't know. I love that one. Oh, anyway, it's another story.
What? Maybe they'll decide to impeach me because inflation is coming down? Oh, I don't. I love that one. Anyway, that's another story. You know what's coming for you, don't you? And that's what's on your mind. You didn't have anything else on your mind but that in particular. So now all of a sudden, because it's in your mind, you're going to use it as a talking point to say, oh, maybe they'll do that now. Oh, wait, never mind. That's another story. No, it's not. It's all the same story, you old decrepit jackass. They don't make clones like that, like they used to. They really don't, do they? They really don't. They had to actually find somebody that was just as mentally incompatible with the rest of the world to actually stand up next to him to be like, yes, that's as close as we can get without throwing everybody off, confusing the world of how ignorant this old piece of shit is.
You can see exactly where to go if you go to online to go to invest.com. Invest.com.
Invest.com. Should we go there? Should we go there real quick? Watch. Let's go to invest.com. This page isn't working. Invest.com redirected you too many times. Oops. Oops. Invest.com. Yes, invest.com. Go there. Go there and check it out and see what happens when you go to invest.com. Biden is forced to come back on stage after he forgot to sign his executive order, the whole reason he was in Maine in the first place.
The bad news is I'm coming back to shake your hand, but I forgot I didn't sign the order. All that talk and no action.
All that talk and no action. Expo 75, we have to tell the military that they're working with the deep state and they're going to turn them against us, like Melania and Austin. Melania and Austin are traitors. Pentagon is a fake institution. Good to see you. Glad you're here, Expo. Space Power Monkey. How's it going, Mike? Good to see you. Long time no see. That's Biden for you. A loop of nonsense redirects. Yes. Yes. A loop of nonsense redirects. We're used to it. We shouldn't. That's something that we should never actually be used to. Him talking and not actually doing. That's something that's very scary to think that it's all it is him full of hot air using words and not actually doing any particular actions that are actually good. Oh, I had to go back to re-sign the action that I was here for. The executive order. Remember his own words that were used against Donald Trump. You cannot be a president of the United States off of executive order. Only a dictator can actually do the thing. And this tater is the biggest dick of them all. Isn't that something? Da-da-ba. Well, when he does do a thing, we have to pay for it. We always pay for his mistakes. We've been paying for his mistakes for a better part of 50 years. It's really stupid how stupid this guy really is. It just floors the shit out of me to believe that there's so many people that think that he's doing a great job. The economy's never been better. Really? Really? Do we live in the same country? Because I don't think we do. I really don't think we do. If one wasn't good enough for it, here's the other one. Here's VP Harris mocked after claim most Americans. Oh, sorry. Not sharing screen. Not sharing screen. VP Harris mocked after claim most Americans can't afford $400 expense. Bidenomics. Cackling Kamala Harris. She's actually maybe said something that was actually coherent for once. I don't think there's a video to go with this one. Yeah, there's not. Maybe a good thing. We don't really want to listen to her anyway, right? Vice President Kamala Harris is ridiculed again over something she and Americans' personal finances as the administration attempts to tout Bidenomics is helpful to most people. During a moderated event in reproductive rights in Iowa on Saturday, Harris said that most Americans would go bankrupt if they had an unexpected expense of $400 alluding to the fact that a sizable portion of the country can't afford to save much money because they're spending what they earn just to get by. Harris spoke at length about how women in Iowa were endured economic hardship traveling to other states for a legal abortion post Roe v. Wade if a court allows the state abortion bill to take effect. Can't afford to go to the next state to get yourself taken care of. You might want to actually learn how to use a condom or even just abstain in itself. She said if she's a single parent, she's going to have to be able to pay for that child care. She's going to lose time for work. Maybe she has paid family leave. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she has paid sick leave. Maybe she doesn't. She will have to be able to pay for a plane, train, bus, gas. Most Americans are a $400 unexpected expense away from bankruptcy. I mean, who's not struggling right now? Who's not struggling? You know who is struggling? This guy. This guy. But I still do whatever I can to come back to you every single night and actually give you some kind of content as well as I possibly can. The comment was seized upon the social media by conservatives and other critics of the administration who pointed out that President Joe Biden's economic policies and those of Democrats when they controlled Congress for Biden's first 2 years in office were responsible for increased costs Americans are paying for virtually everything. Oh, but it's going down. Yeah. No, it's not. What is up? 357. Good to see you. Good to see you. Glad you're here. The comment was seized upon in the social media as conservatives and other critics of the administration who pointed out that President Joe Biden's economic policies and those Democrats, when they controlled the Congress, for Biden's first 2 years in office, were responsible for increased costs Americans have paid for virtually everything. Yeah, that's called Bidenomics, and it's a problem. GOP presidential candidate Senator Tim Scott said in response, Americans have lost $10,000 in spending power because of the Biden-Harris agenda. Thanks to you and your boss, the Citizen Free Press X account added. Bonchi from Red State added, they've been in office for 2.5 years. Actor Nikki Searcy took another view. And that is exactly where Vice President Joe Biden want most Americans to be. They want us destitute and helpless so that your only chance of survival is government. Democrats want to increase dependency, and they've done a really good job of actually increasing dependency as much as they possibly can. Is in my household, we've actually felt a little bit of a crunch where, because groceries are so expensive and whatever else, that we can't actually afford to do much of anything to create a savings of any sort. It's impossible. Harris' statement likely alluded to a 2022 economic well-being U.S. household survey published this year, revealing that approximately 40% of Americans do not have enough savings to handle a $400 emergency expense. Fox News noted they need to resort to using credit cards or borrowing money to meet the expense. Liz Peek noted in a column that the Hill that rising energy prices, especially gasoline, are going to torpedo Bidenomics. Yes, it's going to blow it straight out of the water when it comes down to it, especially when they decide to actually put that federal tax back on top of all the gas prices that they dropped how long ago by excluding the federal tax. Wait until that comes added again, and it adds another $1.20 right to the top of everything that we're already paying, and never come close to being where gas prices were under the last administration. Yes, $2.30. Do you think we're ever going to see $2.30 ever again? I doubt it. More bad news for President Biden. Prices at the pump are heading higher again, and this time we cannot look at the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to bail him out. Biden's hopes of a second term are threatened not only by unpopularity, increasing allegations of corruption, is also in peril thanks to rising gasoline prices. Voters will see higher prices at the pump and clear signal yet that Bidenomics does not work for them, and they will hold the president responsible. Typically, seriously, this before I move on, this word right here, Bidenomics, Bidenomics. Bidenomics is his term that he's using because, Build Back Better didn't work. And he really likes the letter B and loves his last name oh so much that he actually turned it into a word to use for running for election, as opposed to it actually meaning something and actually doing something for our country. It's not happening. Typically, when oil prices rise, so do prices for just about everything, since oil and oil-derived products are using in manufacturing, transport, and other industries, including agricultural production, including anything else that comes from oils. Oil, plastic, oil, gasoline, textile, uh, carbon fiber. There's so much. Oh, wait a minute. What do we use carbon fiber for? Solar panels. Materials we use for wind turbines. Yeah. That thing that they're pushing for so damn much because they don't want us using fossil fuels. The ignorance of this administration over and over again makes him the worst president ever. Reaganomics, voodoo economics, anyone? Just saying, how many presidents are going to continue to use, stupid terms to actually make themselves sound like they're something they're not? Because he's nowhere near what Reagan was for his first couple of years. Until he got shot, and then there's an issue. Last week, News Nation reported that the economy, which includes Americans' personal finances, is the number issue of voters heading into 2024 election cycle. Given a list of 8 issues, 31% of registered voters say the economy is the most important to them in deciding who to vote for in the presidential election. The survey results show preserving democracy in the United States was important among 29% of registered voters. The outlet said, yes, not abortion, not what they actually try considering women's health, not those. These things. Trickle down sounds like pissing on someone. Right, somebody gets pissed on in trickle-down economics. Well, remember trickle-down economics for the last several years was actually told to us when we actually threw at Democrats for the idiocy of using such a thing or such a term, did not exist. Remember, it did not exist. Now all of a sudden, we're gonna go past the trickle-down economics that didn't exist according to them, and we're gonna build from the bottom up and the center out. That sounds just as good, doesn't it? Sounds a little bloated and disgusting. Oh. I read a book called Trickle Down Tyranny by Michael Savage. Probably a good book. We want this one. Biden is a dumb son of a bitch, says Trump. Yeah, there's no video on this one. Former U.S. President Donald Trump took aim at Joe Biden at a campaign stop in Pennsylvania on Saturday, branding his successor in the White House the most corrupt president in American history. We have somebody that's not at the top of his game, Trump said that Biden is a fiercely loyal crowd of the Erie insurance arena. Never has at the top of his game. We have a guy who is dumb son of a bitch. Trump, the front runner to land the Republican nomination, to run against presumptive Democratic candidate Biden in the next year's presidential election in the U.S., also used the platform to rail against several legal issues in which he remains entangled. These include federal indictment set for the next May, where he will answer charges related to claims that he illegally retained classified government information at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. Trump is also heavily rumored to be subject to another federal indictment, this one related to alleged role in J6 riots in the U.S. Capitol. They waited 2.5, almost 3 years, so that they could bring this right up in the middle of my presidential election because it's election and they're not indicting me, they're indicting you. I just so happen to be standing in their way. The same words that he's been using over and over again. Yeah, they found a great picture. Way to go, RT. Trump reserves some stinging rhetoric for his Republican rival, Ron DeSantis, who is describing his Florida governor as a son of a bitch, and said that financial donations toward the Republican rivals only served to strengthen Biden's efforts at re-election. Trump also appeared to praise several unnamed foreign leaders as being very street smart people who know what they're doing and they're at the top of their game. Elsewhere in the sprawling speech, Trump suggested that the United States no longer has a free and fair system and compared media coverage to legal issues that he referred to as Biden crime family's corrupt business dealings. Fake news is all you get. And that's all we have been getting. And that's why I go through all this news and politics as much as I possibly can to actually bring you the news from both sides and actually tear into both of them, because everything that is written is trash. Everything that is written needs to be taken with a grain of salt. Fake news is all you get. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering the false indictments of Donald Trump, who has done nothing wrong. Trump narrowly won the state of Pennsylvania in the 2016 presidential election, defeating Hillary Clinton by about 42,000 votes. The former real estate mogul turned reality TV star's winning the battleground state was crucial for his election victory. Isn't that something? It's awesome. I don't think I've ever heard the impression of Don. Pretty good. Good. I'm glad that you enjoyed that 357. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. So, of all the things that we see when it comes to the likeness of Joe Biden with the sniffing and the nibbling and the whatever else of little kids, they don't look at that. They don't look at that. They're just like, oh, it's nothing. It's cute. No, it's not. It's disgusting. But when it comes down to this, all of a sudden we're like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, we should open our eyes and take a look at what he just did. He wrote hi on this little girl's hand. Trump signed my girl's hand, then the left attacked me. It may become the most famous palm reading in Louisiana history after Amelia Grace Thompson asked her mother what President Donald J. Trump wrote on her right hand. Trump was on the way to Louisiana fundraiser when he met with supporters Tuesday in the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport and signed the girl's palm as she perched on her father's shoulders. Trump was incredibly nice, said Amelia Grace's mother, Hillary Thompson, in an exclusive Red State interview. She said that it's not really an event except for a chance for people to see him after he came down off his private Boeing 757 Trump Force One. We go down there and Trump ends up walking around to where we are and we get to meet him. He writes on her hand, hi, with an exclamation point on it. She said, we went home and we were super excited about it. In the next 2 hours, it had already rubbed off. Of course it did, because you went and you washed your hands a couple times, you ate something, whatever. You were a little kid and you played with your toys. And for whatever reason, the left is just exploding over it. Doing, oh my God. Uh, Close call at the gate. As the time ago on the airport got closer, her daughter could not wait for the president, Thompson said. She was like, Daddy, I want to meet Donald Trump. I want to meet Donald Trump. And then, like, after it happened, she called everyone and was bragging about it. My daughter was on the phone and she's like calling her grandparents, her aunts, and everyone. She's like, oh my gosh, Donald Trump wrote on my hand. Hillary said she got out of court late, so she had to rush to join her husband and daughter, but she would never have made it to where uh, um, made it were it not for Amelia Grace's appeal to Louisiana Attorney General Jeff Landry. When I get here, Secret Service is not allowing anyone else in. So my daughter actually goes up to the Attorney General, Jeff Landry, and was like, please, please help my mom. She's at the gate. No one's gonna let her in. Landry, now running for governor in his year's off-cycle election, was charmed enough to pull some strings. He goes, finds a Secret Service agent, and comes and meets me at the gate and lets me in as a favor to the Attorney General. When she thanked Landry, he said I couldn't tell her no. Left-wing media spins the hand signing as abuse. Hillary said it's still surprising her how much media twists up the coverage of Trump. The media makes him out to be some monster, but in that moment, he was just a kind guy who exchanged pleasantries with our family and put a huge smile on my daughter's face for the rest of the day. Hillary said that she did not expect online leftists to attack her and the president. Then this really crazy Twitter page called Patriot Takes started talking about it, and then demonizing the moment and allowing all the followers to do that as well. Little girl looks bemused as Trump signs autograph on her hand in permanent marker. Basically, what the consensus between the articles and we were reading is that my daughter was happy about it and that we kind of made her do it, where it couldn't have been further from the truth. Online commentators criticize Amelia Grace's parents for allowing Trump to use permanent ink on a girl's hand, for allowing her to have close contact with a man that they called a criminal, and for forcing their daughter into an uncomfortable situation. Uncomfortable situation? Really? This is an uncomfortable situation, to have a guy 3 feet away from you actually signing your hand, as opposed to some creepy old man sniffing on your child? That's not creepy. Nope, not at all. It's just signing the name. Who gives a shit? Who we should give a shit about is of those children that have been sniffed over and over again by the disgusting Biden. Signing palms better than sniffing any day? Yes, absolutely. Way less creepy. Very much so. Very, very much so. I don't think it's a permanent marker. It may have been just rubbed off before we could even get home. A left-of-center British newspaper ran a story. Little girl looks bemused as Trump signs autographs. Social media users questioned what would written used permanent marker on the child's skin. I guess the people writing the article don't live in Louisiana and don't live around hot weather, because the reason she's like squinting is because it's hot. The reason she looked puzzled is because she's 4. She doesn't know how to read. Really? She's 4 and she doesn't know how to read? I mean, Tadpole at 3 knows how to read some things. She was asking, Mommy, what does this say? And I'm telling her, oh, it says hi. It was a super special moment that they're now like trying to turn around and demonize the former president about. The lawyer said, just using really like crude and lewd language, it's just some kind of like chaos. It's crazy. Even all the liberal attorneys I work with couldn't make any snide remarks because my sweet girl is just so excited she met the president. How disgusting can people be that they have to actually go to the point of actually looking at this as something that's lewd and disturbing? But they look at Joe Biden like, oh, it's okay for you to go and nibble on my child, sniff on it, and think that everything's just okay because you're just an old man. It's okay for you to be creepy. Trump chats with Amelia Grace's father. The attorney said she was impressed that Trump took his time to with her husband, and he worked the crowd. He just didn't walk away right away after. After he signed the daughter's hand, Trump asked her husband Travis about himself. Have you done well in life? I'm a project manager in construction. I bet you're really good at it too. Not as good as you, sir. Trump then wished him well before walking off. He was just incredibly kind and attentive at the moment, and we just really appreciated and reveled in that. For them to actually go to this point is just so gross and disturbing. Most of the time, people who trash talk parents are single, childless people. Yes, over and over again. It's usually the single, childless people that don't understand what four-year-olds are like, or your 3-year-old, or any other child when they actually get to meet somebody like the president of the United States. When you actually, get to meet somebody, yes, former, when you get to meet somebody like that, you actually seriously look at it and you just like, that's cool. It's just such a sweet thing. This girl will never, ever forget, ever, that she got her hand signed by President Trump. When it comes down to it, it is now documented. It's in a couple different places. Oh my Lord, and I'm sitting there not sharing a screen? Are you kidding me? Nobody's telling me, hey, share the screen. Not sharing the screen. Here's the cute little girl with the hand signed. Here's Trump actually doing such a thing. There's the conversation where he actually has, you can see it again, him signing her hand. And then, there's the hi. And then there's the conversation down below that he actually has with Travis. It's a really cool story when it comes down to it, but so ignorant of the left to actually go to the point of actually looking past it and being like, oh, it's disturbing. That's disturbing because you wrote on her hand with a permanent marker. She's a 4-year-old. It's not going to hurt her. She's okay. And parents are super excited about it. Parents are super excited. I see you, Space Power Monkey. Bidenomics, deny your grandkids and pay your child support in your paintings. LOL. Yes. Pay your back support with all the money that you've actually gotten from your paintings, not anything else. Mm-hmm. Not that one. This one. Vivek Ramaswamy. I would pardon Trump. Clearly a politicized persecution. Vivek Ramaswamy actually stepping up. Jesus, not sharing screens. Why am I not sharing screens? Why am I not doing that? Vivek Ramaswamy, I could pardon Trump. Clearly a politicized persecution.
Trump, and he is at third place in a new national poll. He received a warm welcome in Iowa this weekend. Joining me now is GOP presidential candidate, the entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy. Sir, thanks very much for being on the program this morning.
It's good to see you, Casey.
So you had one of the most enthusiastic welcomes at this
Not
major
like she
event
like he
over the
signed her
weekend
face or
in
inappropriate body
Iowa.
part.
But in
Exactly,
this
Ellie.
national poll, Donald Trump, the former president, still has 54% of Republicans supporting him. And you're in third place, yes, but you only have 5%. Trump is on the attack of many of the others in the field, but almost no one seems to be attacking him. How are you going to beat him? How are you going to catch up?
Well, I started at 0.0% in March. I'm now at an unambiguous third in this race, and we're just getting warmed up ahead of the first debate stage. The thing about me is I'm not attacking any of my fellow candidates. I am not running against them. I am running for this country. And that's what I see on the ground in Iowa and elsewhere. People are hungry for an actual affirmative vision. Not what are we running from? What are we running to? I'm leading us to our American dream, to our national identity. And I think we need to move forward rather than retroactively looking at grievance.
Well,
hold on before we actually move on with that. Hello, Captain. Have fun. Good to see you. He says, Koolfrogg and all the other smarter people in here. So everyone else, yeah, okay, thank you. Can someone in a StreamYard chat with you get your IP through it? In a StreamYard chat, get your IP? I'm not so positive that you can. I suppose if you were, if you had the abilities to actually access the other person's StreamYard, as opposed to like if I went and I threw you an invite and you come in and you join me, you're not going to be able to get my IP address off of me. You're going to be able to get a StreamYard link, and I really don't see it being that you'd actually be able to get an IP address off of me directly. I really don't see it, but not saying that it's impossible. I really don't know for sure. VPN helps prevent that, but honestly, if someone wants your IP badly enough, they can get it. I mean, if you know how to do that and you can actually have the abilities to do it, sure, why not? You can catch somebody's IP address off of almost anything that they do. Yeah, you can, but it's tricky. Says 357. I haven't, but VPNs can always slow things down. VPNs always really seriously wreak havoc on StreamYard in itself. So as far as that goes, running a VPN before you actually try running StreamYard really isn't going to assist you, as you're going to have lots of other issues to come along with it. I've never been successfully able to actually run a VPN with StreamYard. It's always crashed the StreamYard because the StreamYard kind of needs more of a presence on local computer as opposed to anything else. So I'm sure that you could be, potentially, but I don't see it being an issue unless somebody really seriously wants it. And yeah, you can get real names off of people. Like, say I sent you a link and you decided to come join me or whatever, and your StreamYard is actually authenticated under your own actual name as opposed to being authenticated under anything else. You could have some issues there as well, where somebody could actually come up with and get that information off of you if it came down to it. Madcore Mofo says, no, you cannot get someone's IP without creating a bait link. So when the person clicks on the link, it will send them your IP. I would believe Madcore Mofo when it actually comes down to it, because a really seriously very smart, intelligent man when it comes to computer stuff, and really seriously, that's who I would ask if he came down to it. I'd go ask him or Moose Maneuver and be like, "What do you guys think about this?" And I'd go off of what they would actually say as opposed to off of what most others. It's just, there's certain people that how intelligent they are and what the capabilities are. I could make a link like eStreamYard, but then you click on it and it does nothing. Just got all the info. Boom. So you're right. If it's not an actual StreamYard link, but it's actually something else, okay. So there's your answer. I'm going to actually move on with this because I got some stuff to go here, and we're just about 3 hours. So I'm going to let you hold the
Sure.
conversation with
I mean,
them.
I take your point, but you've also said in a recent interview, this caught my eye, that, quote, I'm quoting you here, the reality is about 30% of this country suffers from psychiatric illness when Trump is in the White House. People start to disagree with policies they otherwise would have agreed with just because he's the one advancing them. This seems to suggest that, first of all, you see some issues with Donald Trump, but it also suggests that you believe that Donald Trump would lose the general election. Is that what you think?
So first of all, I'm not laying blame at anybody's feet, but I do think it is a fact that people in this country from 2016 to 2020, some of them even now, some of them even in the Republican primary, start adopting views that they would not have adopted if Donald Trump had not been the person advancing them. For my part, I stand for the America First agenda. I believe I will be able to take that agenda even further than Trump did, because I'm not yet having that effect on people. Do I think Trump can beat Biden in a general election in a narrow margin? To be honest, yes, I do. But I think I am the only candidate in this race, in the entire Republican primary field, who can deliver a Ronald Reagan 1980 style landslide election, a moral mandate in this election. And I think that is critically important to unite this country and, frankly, to drive forward the agenda that I have to shut down the administrative state, to declare independence from China. These are big steps that I want
Not
to
a
take
problem,
as the
Captain.
next
Have fun.
president. And that's going to
Hopefully
take a
your day's
moral
going good
mandate
for
to
you.
do it.
If you are running as, and many argue you are running to the right of Donald Trump, or at least trying to say you're Trump 2.0, you're perhaps Trumpier than Trump, how is it?
Perhaps you're Trumpier than Trump. What would you do if you could actually be more Trumpier than Trump and actually be more America first than that guy that actually says he puts America first? Really seriously think that this guy's really trying to go for something more than just actually being president? Is he who would actually rally to actually potentially be Trump's vice and or a cabinet member of some sort if it came down to it? I could really see something happening if that actually came to play as well.
That the number of people that would suffer from a psychiatric illness isn't more than 30% for you. I mean, how on earth do you argue that you are the candidate that can get more voters than Donald Trump when you are essentially saying to people, I'm going to be more than he was?
Because that presumes that policy disagreements are actually what drove it. I think it was a separate psychosis that relates to, frankly, the media's relationship with that individual. I've traveled to places like the south side of Chicago, Kensington, in the middle of Philadelphia on this campaign, places where traditional Republicans don't go. I find widespread support for policies like my plan to use the U.S. military to seal the southern border, frankly, to grow the economy, something that we haven't done in a very long time, no longer paying single women more not to have a man in the house than to have a dual-parent household. We actually find unity that goes beyond party lines. And I don't think the real division is between Democrats and Republicans. I think it is between those who are pro-American and those who are anti-American. That's 80-20. That's a landslide election, and that's what I intend to deliver.
So let me ask you a little bit more about the others in the field besides the elephant in the room, so to speak, Donald Trump. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is defending some new state educational standards that include the idea, and I'm quoting here, slaves developed skills which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. But Senator Tim Scott points out, quote, there's no silver lining in slavery. I want you to watch what he says, then we'll talk about it.
Slavery was really about separating families, about mutilating humans, and even raping their wives. It was just devastating. So I would hope that every person in our country, and certainly running for president, would appreciate that.
Are you with Governor Ron DeSantis or Senator Tim Scott on this issue, sir?
Well, the thing is if you actually looked at the exact words that came out of DeSantis' mouth before cackling Kamala Harris actually went ahead and destroyed the words, flipped it around to be something that they really weren't, and actually made it sound like he said something that he didn't really say, you'd actually understand that he did not say that. It was not such a thing that was actually there. but leftist media is going to actually continue to spin it that way because they hate all Republicans. They hate all Republicans no matter what.
Reality is, I don't trust the media's filtering of what was in that curriculum, so I'd really want to read it in detail and understand what.
Exactly. That right there. I need to read it in detail to hear exact words because I don't believe media spin. Media went and they destroyed what was actually said out of DeSantis and they spun it for their own will.
What exactly was being taught. But I will say this is I don't think that the division should be, are you with the state of Florida, which was Governor DeSantis' response, or the other side? I don't see it that way. I stand on the side of truth. Obviously, we should be teaching kids about the awful legacy of slavery, but even more importantly, we're not teaching them enough about the ideals that actually do define this country. Personally, I think the deeper problem in our schools today is many of them teaching young Black kids, students and minorities, that they're oppressed based on the color of their skin or their genetic attributes. That's the real psychological slavery in the present, and that's what I have the biggest problem with. But I do think that some of these issues and these spats can be distractions from what should Governor DeSantis or Tim Scott or myself or others actually be debating. How do we grow an economy? How do we actually lift all people up, revive self-confidence and pride in the next generation of Americans? That's what I think we need to be focused on.
It's a good thing to actually be focused on when it comes down to is actually growing an economy, actually creating a civilization that will continue to thrive as time proceeds, as opposed to Bidenomics, which is trash and is hurting us through and through. I hope I kind of answered your question a little bit there, Ellie. I know that you kind of asked about my thoughts on this guy and what his stances are or whatever. I hope he kind of hit on some of that for you. Do I feel that I would actually vote for him? If it wasn't for Trump still being there at this moment, because I haven't heard enough from all of them, I would probably put him up above DeSantis myself. I really don't care for DeSantis when it comes down to it. I don't think it's something that we should really, somebody that we should really be looking at as being president quite yet. He needs to actually grow a little bit in DeSantis. This guy, on the other hand, it could be interesting to actually see where he would actually bring the nation and if he would actually be able to do what he says that he wants to do. Koolfrogg has never been wrong when I've watched him. He's been spot on when it comes to politics. I try. I work at it every single day, and I work on almost anything and everything I possibly can. Read a lot, listen to a lot, pay attention to a lot. So it's really something that I feel is necessary to actually go through and cover. And because some of it can get a little off kilter a little bit, some might actually think that I'm, because it's non-leftist bullshit when it comes down to it. Be sure to actually hit the Rumble link, bring yourself to Rumble as well, and be subscribed over there, because the second that something happens here, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to continue, and I'll continue there until I get to come back, and then I'll continue again. Yeah, I don't, I'm not talking flat earth around here anymore. I've done that before, and it's fun. It's fun.
I'm going to move on here. I do think it is worth underscoring that these criticisms have not come, that we're quoting here, have not come from the media. They have come from African Americans in the Republican Party, Senator Tim Scott, Congressman John James. But let's move on now to federal prosecutors added new obstruction of justice charges against former President Donald Trump on Thursday. The indictment, the superseding indictment, says that after Trump learned that the Justice Department wanted to see security footage from Mar-a-Lago, Trump talked with an aide who later told the IT director at Mar-a-Lago that, quote, the boss, end quote, wanted the footage deleted. Now, I know you've said repeatedly that you would pardon Trump in this document's case, but this is significant new information. So given this new information, would you still pardon him if you were president?
The standard I use as our next president is what moves our country forward. What is the right thing for the United States of America?
Right, and would having a
absolutely
president
the
like
right
this
answer
move it
is
forward?
to move on, and I would pardon him. I would
pardon him. I would pardon him at all points in time. This guy's straight out trying to come as based as he possibly can to actually let you know exactly how he feels and where his political stance really seriously is, and then comes out with the hard hit at the very end and says, "Yeah, I'll pardon him. I'll pardon him straight out if he actually comes up with any kind of charge whatsoever." He's sweet. Let's go for it. Because if anything happens where this guy doesn't actually get what he's actually looking at, this guy that's sitting right here watching, that we're actually watching right here, it might just be the next best answer.
I intend to be our next president, and yes, I do believe I will move us forward. And yes, I think one of the right ways to do that is to pardon the former president of the United States from what is clearly a politicized prosecution. And I'll share a view with you, Casey. This is not specific to Trump. This is part of my broader view on the justice system in our country. I think that our general norm in our Justice Department is you should not convict somebody of a process crime when there was no actual underlying crime. I think that's a major problem.
So you think destroying
Entrapment,
evidence is a
even look at
process crime?
I think it is.
Because she's CNN. She's CNN, so she has to ask these particular types of questions. These aren't questions that come out of her own brain. These are questions that are strewn around the back room until they can come up with a good set of questions to ask that goes along with their bullshit narrative.
It is by definition a process crime. Nobody left, right, any legal scholar will agree with me on that statement. That is by definition a process crime, a crime that would not have existed but for the existence of an investigation. And if we look ourselves in the mirror over the last several years, even look at the acquittals in the Gretchen Whitmer case, the fact that 2 people were acquitted of entrapment, I think it is a bad habit that our FBI and DOJ have gotten into, intervening and creating crimes that would not have existed but for their action. And I think as it relates to moving forward as a country,
on that one,
I
Farrell.
absolutely think the
Yep,
right answer
exactly.
for the country
Let's
is
talk
to put
about
the grievances of the past behind us, to pardon President Trump so that we can move forward as one nation rather than marching to a national divorce.
All right. Mr. Vivek Ramaswamy, thank you very much for taking some time to be with us this weekend. I'm sure we're going to hear much more from you on the campaign trail.
As she starts to look constipated shortly thereafter. Her earpiece is telling her what to ask. Maybe that's what it is, instead of the back room think tank coming up with the questions. That could be. I'm down. So, Iowa come up, and that's what he held this conversation with at CNN shortly thereafter. I think Trump deserves two more terms. Well, his first term was spent doing nothing but Russia, and dealing with all the bullshit that came out of Nancy Pelosi's mouth. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that. But it's still he still actually did run the 4 years, and hopefully the next 4 will be his to actually run, and hopefully something good comes out of it. Though, as we actually listen to him, his tired old words that he's been using for the last almost 8 years, 7, I suppose, would it really seriously starting to actually fall in deaf ears. He needs to actually step it up just a little bit and actually change some of the words that he's using, say something different, and maybe create something a little bit more excitement in the party to actually continue to go with him. Because as you can see, as everybody else kind of seriously goes up in percentage points, he slowly goes down in percentage points. They're not taking the percentage points away from each other. They're taking away the percentage points from him. So it's really seriously something that he needs to actually step up to just a little bit. I just think that she can't do. I just think that he can't do another 8. I mean, he could. If it was intended to actually do such a thing, but the government actually says nope, you only get 2 terms, which I think that we should almost think of looking at when it comes to all members of Congress and give them term limits. Uh, could he be called as VP for another candidate, even if he did 2 terms? Curious. Yes, he could. There's nothing that says that he can't run and be VP, which could potentially, if something happened, to give him the 3rd term. But there's no rule that he couldn't actually be VP, as there's no requirement to become VP other than age, naturalized citizen, and what used to be the number 2 person, where they've actually kind of changed it from being so like really, if we actually go back and we actually look at like Trump Hillary thing or whatever, Trump wins, Hillary should have been vice. When you look at Biden's win, it should have actually been Biden with Trump as his vice. That's the way it was originally written, and it's been actually gone and moved away from that particular way of being. It's kind of disturbing that we actually do it the way we do it nowadays. 3rd terms, nope. There's nothing to actually hold him back from being vice president. Anyway, so 13 GOP presidential candidates make it to pitch at Iowa Lincoln dinner. Here's what they had to say. So all 13 of them were there, and they all had something to share, something to say. Now, Trump stuff was actually pretty much what you've heard from most any Trump speech. The final speaker of the night, Trump, stuck almost entirely to prepared remarks, joking that he was going to go quickly, and he was ticked through the administration's record in Iowa. We did a lot of things. It's hard to do it quickly. As he took the stage, the crowd rose to their feet in many snapping photos and videos. He highlighted his administration's tariffs in China and directed money to U.S. farmers, his reworking of North American trade deal, and his support for ethanol and E15 fuel. Iowa has never had a better friend in the White House, he said to begin his remarks. Trump criticized Biden's withdrawal from the war in Afghanistan, arguing that was the incentive for Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine. He waved off multiple pending civil and criminal court cases, saying that if I weren't running, I would have nobody coming after me. He continued to cite baseless claims in the 2020 presidential election as certain things that we can't actually speak of, and he ticked off a number of polls that showed him as significant leads in early states. There's only one candidate, and you know who the candidate is. He's going to get the job done. And he really could get, potentially get the job done and actually do more than he actually did in his first administration. If he does succeed and do a little bit more in his first administration, I'd be greatly surprised and excited to actually see that happen. As far as that goes, there's so many that say he did nothing for his first time around. It was actually tarnished by the whole Russia, impeachment number 1, impeachment number 2, and all the other things to actually go along with it is really kind of disturbing. Let's hope that they don't actually try doing the same thing for the next 4 years if he does for any way, mean or reason actually win such an election. Vivek Ramaswamy, the guy that we just listened to, promises to shut down federal agencies and bring out a revolution. Entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy promised Republicans to take the bureaucratic deep state by shutting down the swath of federal agencies if elected president. When you have an agency that should not exist, the agency has become so corrupt and abandoned the rule of law, with the U.S. Departments of Education and FBI, to the IRS, to the ATF, to the CDC. We will not just reform them; we will shut them down. That is how we restore the integrity of the constitutional republic. Yes, take away all these little three-letter agencies that don't and shouldn't have existed in the first place, that were created by past presidents to do their bidding. To do their bidding. Really seriously, some of these three-letter agencies that we look at are not the best. They're really not. Ramaswamy said that there are good people in the Republic presidential race who will advocate for reform in federal institutions, but that a false promise, he said, they don't know it's false premise, but when those institutions, when the government, when that deep state is become so rotten, we can no longer just fix it from the top. It's not a moment of reform. I don't understand for reform. I stand for revolution. He's going to actually go for change. He's going to go for whatever he possibly can to actually change as much as he possibly can. I feel that this guy is slowly moving up that scale, and that he should eventually, leapfrog over the top of DeSantis and actually be a top number 2 contender for the nomination for the Republican Party. I not against him. I really not. I think that he might be better than some of the others that are there. Damn, he's got my vote by 3 letters. Larry Elder says MLK wanted a colorblind society. Conservative radio talk show Larry Elder, talk show host Larry Elder, this guy out of California, he tried running it up against the likeness of Gavin Newsom and failed. That through and through failed miserably. I know there's a lot of people that are actually interested in this guy when it comes down to it. If they could actually get himself to be more of a person to actually be looked at, as opposed to the way he actually talks, that everybody else is stupider than he is, it really seriously makes you really think about it. There's an epidemic of children growing up without fathers, said Elder, who anchored his speech around his father's journey from a segregated South to California. Elder told guests that his father, a lifelong Republican, was an 8th grade dropout who later joined the Marines, but struggled to get a job after he completed his service. The only job Elder's father was able to find, he said, was one that involved cleaning toilets. But over the years, Elder said that his father later came to own a restaurant, the property next door to his business, and a home, which is still in his family. Not too shabby. During his speech, Elder promoted school choice, saying that public education, especially the cities like Chicago and Baltimore, is a disaster, that initiatives driving diversity, equity, inclusion are opposite of what civil rights leaders Martin Luther King Jr. called for. And, he's, really seriously, when it comes down to it, like a historian when it comes down, when it comes to his thoughts and his opinions on a lot of this. And he really seriously always, reflects back to his dad and what his dad has accomplished. And he puts it up to that, if it wasn't for his dad, he wouldn't be where he's actually at. If you actually look at the history of Larry Elder in itself, you'd actually be kind of interested in why it is that he's actually going as far as he is with a lot of stuff. He wanted a colorblind society, now the color coordinated one, which is exactly, he likes to actually point at everybody else's accomplishments and what they've done and how far they've come to actually want something different, but never really points at himself and what he can do and what he can do better for the next. So I really don't see Larry Elder as being somebody to even contend with. I think a lot of them are really just going to, shun him for what he is and just allow him to himself to flounder as he tries making it through this nomination process. Ryan Binkley urges Republicans to look beyond 46. Ryan Binkley, a businessman and pastor from Texas, urged Republicans to look beyond 46 to the future of new ways to grow the GOP after Joe Biden is out of the office. Binkley, a little-known candidate, contrasted himself against one of the better-known opponents. I'm not standing on this stage. I'm not in this race because I want to extend a brand name. I'm not selling a book. I don't have any other mission. I'm not looking for another position. Literally, some words came out of my heart about 8 years ago from God for our country. He said, at the time of America, we have an economic spiritual revival by going beyond 46. He said the phrase has a few meanings, and the first one is obvious. It means going beyond the 46th president of the United States, President Joe Biden. I'm sure you're in agreement with that. President Biden has led us really one of the greatest places of disunity in our lifetime. But he said Republicans also need to find a way to grow the party after electoral losses in major cities and among young people. This is an open door for the Republican Party. We have a chance to grow our party. We have a chance to lead a movement, to change culture of our country, and to secure economic freedom. But the question remains, are we going to do it? Koolfrogg, you speak Hindi. Vivek means discretion. It's common to name children words, like the name Daya means given, Laya means taken, Vivek means discretion. That's interesting. That's interesting. He actually come from Indian descent out of India, and his parents were actually moved here and before he was born, and so he was raised Hindi Indian. Kind of an interesting thought. He referenced Sons of Freedom, a Christian film currently in theaters that focuses on trafficking and has faced criticism for depiction of trafficking and perceived ties to Q conspiracy movement. Suarez acknowledged his campaign didn't have the resources of those polling well ahead of him, but still urged attendees to give him consideration. He's really seriously not anybody that anybody really knows. This guy doesn't have a name that people are just like, oh yeah, we should actually vote for him. Francis Suarez. There's a lot of people that are that really don't know him well enough. I think we need to learn a lot more about this guy. And as opposed to him actually calling out Joe Biden, I think he needs to actually boost himself and actually give us his words that why he wants to be there, as opposed to why he wants to be there because somebody else is not. What? Oh my Lord, you guys. Nobody says anything. Why? How long have I been not sharing the screen? The whole dang time. Good thing my face is up there. There's Francis Suarez. That's what he actually looks like. And like I said, he just likes to call out the negative of Joe Biden as opposed to giving us positive about himself. I think he needs to actually step it up and actually give us some positives about himself, and maybe we can actually find something that would actually make us want to actually vote for him. Will Hurd. Now this guy threw a little bit of controversy in the mix as he actually did this speech, and really seriously had the crowd booing at him. Will Hurd says Donald Trump is only running for president to stay out of prison. Former U.S. Rep. Will Hurd said former President Trump is running for another term of the White House for one reason: to stay out of prison. Donald Trump is not running for president to make America great again. Uh, whose remarks were received with boos from the crowd. But if we elect Donald Trump, we're willingly giving Joe Biden 4 more years in America. Hurd explained to guests the reason why the red wave didn't materialize, which it actually did. It just hit a blue wall and it fractured it. It punched a bunch of holes in it. And we're going to actually see some interesting come up this next election season, in my opinion. It didn't materialize, and why Trump lost the last election. It's because he said Trump failed to grow the Republican Party and reach voters who are women with college degrees, Black and brown communities, and people under the age of 30. And, when it comes down to it, because he calls it out the way it is, I think that he's really kind of needs to stop spinning it, that it's just that, as is it being a human issue that everybody actually goes through. It's not just women or people of color. It is also about people of poverty, like myself. I grew up in poverty. And there's nothing that you can actually change about that. And when it comes down to it, the only person that can change it is me. For him to actually think that he can actually change somebody else's means by actually, throwing a bunch of words at us is unnecessary. We need leaders who, like Governor Reynolds, went to places that people didn't expect, and that's how y'all turned red. No, I don't like this guy. Will Hurd needs to go away. And like I said, he got booed. He got booed hard. They seriously just a loud beller boo across the whole stage, because most people still have it in their brain that Donald Trump is the reason for the next president. Have you talked about Obama's black eye cuts and wounds? Seems sus. I had looked at some of that, and it looked like the picture that they were actually using for his bandaged up hand came from all the way back in like 2015. And then they reversed the picture on a couple of them or whatever. I actually did leave a comment in a Twitter feed or whatever, and I actually was looking at some of it. It didn't actually make tonight's spin for the news. Mike Pence calls the ban of transgender troops and new leadership for the Republican Party. Former Vice President Mike Pence sought to create a break in the former running mate Donald Trump during a speech at the dinner. New leadership? Well, okay, you were already leadership at once, so you're not new. Go away. Go away, you gold trinket liking little snob. I believe we must resist the politics and personality and siren song of populism, unmoored into conservative values, because different times call for different leadership. Pence said, a line with the delivered before, to defeat Joe Biden, I believe we must give the American people new Republican leadership with proven commitment to the conservative agenda. Pence has repeatedly led the Republican field in calling for more restrictive abortion bans around the country. We can end Biden's radical abortion agenda by doing just what they all did recently in Iowa. And of course, he actually brings up the radical abortion stuff or whatever. And, because he wants to actually try thinking that that's a main talking point, when I really seriously don't believe that it would be a main talking point if everybody would just shut up about it and allow people to do what's best for them in a pro-life type setting, where you actually get to do what you need to do between you and your private doctor, not Planned Parenthood, not the likenesses of not the likenesses of Bill Gates Sr. When it comes down to it, that's not the necessary. I think Planned Parenthood should actually be absolved. And for him to actually be speaking of this particular talking point is because he's got nothing better to talk of. And I believe the time to come for minimum national standard of 15-week ban at the federal level. Uh, okay, I mean, I get it, I get it, but at the same time, why does it need to be a law? Leave the people alone. It Government doesn't need to overreach on everything. But despite the enthusiastic respect of Reynolds, when she mentioned the state's new abortion law, Pence's line drew little applause from the crowd. He got the best response of the night by promising to ban transgender troops from serving in the U.S. military. Now, I'm with him. I'm with him on that one because a well-established military does not actually have mental incapacities of being just that. I really seriously am against them actually thinking that transgenders are okay to be military. I really don't understand it. It's really something that really needs to be not a thing. The minimal amount of people in this great nation that are actually transgender have actually been propelled to the forefront of being talking points that aren't necessarily needed to be just that, talking points. Nature's thought for you, Koolfrogg. In graduate school, we were asked to think about pro-life beyond the birth and how society inhibits that at times pro-life should not end at birth. I agree with you. It shouldn't end at birth. Pro-life, would actually take away any types of euthanasia or any other immoral doctors actually thinking that they can assist in suicides or anything else when it comes down to it. There's a lot to actually go along with that term. And I think though I actually call myself pro-life because I do have children. I think I'm more pro-life because I don't actually believe that the assisted suicides, as well as plenty of other little thoughts and ideas to go along with the pro-life, really need to actually be something to actually talk about, as opposed to always just bringing up the abortion stance. The abortion stance seems to be something that everybody kind of runs off of. We can end the political correctness at the Pentagon, including reinstituting a ban on transgender personnel in the United States military. Again, I agree with him on that one, but still don't like him. He did something that he shouldn't have done, and accepted a gold trinket in the means of actually doing so. And he could have actually done things any other way, because it actually did give him the abilities to do so. Though he tries to claim that he didn't have that ability and that he had to do what was actually necessary to actually go along with the populace. Why? Because he didn't want to tarnish his own name in the process of the peaceful and patriotic people. Doug Burgum hones in on personal background navigating global economy. North Dakota's governor, Doug Burgum, the guy that actually went ahead and actually signed a bill that said it was okay for China to purchase up as much land as they possibly wanted, wants to now run for president of the United States. Kind of sounds a little scary to me. Introducing himself as the crowded Iowans, touting the youth holding blue-collar jobs and his rise to the global economy as he head the software startup. Imagine a president who knows what it takes to compete and to win a global economy, Burgum said after criticizing Biden for his approach in foreign affairs and the country's financial health. He called for a robust, energy-independent United States to beat China in a Cold War. You think you're going to... The guy that ushered in and allowed China to actually purchase up and gobble up as much countryside as he did in the state of North Dakota, you're still going to go ahead and you're going to actually say that we need to beat them in their own Cold War? I think you kind of are, sitting right next to Joe Biden with a collar around your neck as China sits there and drags you along. Heidi, 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 ho. What is up? How are you doing? He makes my skin crawl. Which one? This guy? He called the robust energy independent, beat China at the Cold War, stop buying energy from our enemies and start selling it to our allies. And he pointed to rise in the 2016 Republican primary for governor, where he oversaw tax cuts and other conservative policies in North Dakota. References to small town living permeated much of his remarks. Woke is something we used to do every day. Nope, that's called waking up. Uh, when we got up at 5 a.m., some of our big cities could use some small town values and be earned some half-hearted boos and then laughs when he referenced North Dakota State's previous wins over Iowa and Iowa State in basketball. Too soon? Too soon? He asked jokingly. Yes, way too soon. My comment was deleted, the one prior to saying he makes my skin crawl. Pence. Really? What was it? There's been people saying that they've been having issues tonight actually leaving comments. So I don't even see it on the StreamYard side. I don't see it on the YouTube side. I don't see any of that. I wish I did. Because I would have totally accepted anything that came from you. Mods, don't delete people's stuff, please. I got you. Yes, Pence. Yes, Pence is horrible. He's trash. Perry Johnson calls out Vivek Ramaswamy on following similar platform. Why? I mean, I get it. You're looking for the nomination. Why would you go after Vivek Ramaswamy, somebody that has 5% where you only have 3%? To call out the guy at the bottom really isn't going to make you grow anything. You need to actually give us your own stance as opposed to actually giving anything ridiculous. Amid his usual stump in the economy, longshot presidential candidate Perry Johnson called out one of his opponents, Ohio Tech executive Vivek Ramaswamy, for following his lead in specific platforms. Johnson, a Michigan businessman, Michigan? Anybody from Michigan in here? Anybody want to give me some thoughts and opinions on Perry Johnson, if he's actually anything good? Said he's publicly shared with voters his plans to dismantle the FBI and pardon former President Donald Trump, and that Ramaswamy has promoted similar ideas afterward. As Johnson spoke of impeaching President Joe Biden, he said Ramaswamy is going to go along with this one too. Perry Johnson, supposedly Michigan businessman running for president of the United States. Anything you got to say about that, MLS? Throughout his speech, the 75-year-old shared tidbits of childhood, growing up in the middle-class family and facing eviction notices. While in graduate school, he pushed forward to message about American dream, one that he wants his 3 teenage children to be able to see. I want them to have the American dream available to them. So you're going to work your ass off to see if you can actually afford to actually give them what you didn't have. Sounds good, bro. What are you about? Does anybody know what he's about? Perry Johnson is a corporate CEO kind of guy. China came out of nowhere. He kind of came out of nowhere from the last gubernatorial election. There was some shenanigans with his ballot. His average as far as Republicans. told me just as much as he told me. Absolutely, really not much other than he's just another guy that's trying to actually do something that not necessarily is even recognizable to most people, as he's just a corporate CEO that's absolutely doing nothing. He's given us nothing. Why they coming out crawling is beyond me. They need to come out with some punches. They're coming out here crawling on their hands and knees, begging for votes. Give us something. Give us something good. That's the problem. Nobody really knows what he's about. Although he didn't make it far in the campaign trail, led to some lawsuits. I actually have a video about it on my channel. Sorry for my voice to text. No, you're okay. You're okay. I still made it through it. Um, I'll have to check your channel out and see if I can actually hear anything good about this guy or anything about this guy whatsoever, what he's about. That's interesting that he come up with some lawsuits in the means of trying to actually do such a thing. That's kind of maybe a telltale that we shouldn't actually go along with this guy's thoughts and or opinions. U.S. Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina focused on history, describing his upbringing, his grandparents, and lessons they taught him. His grandfather, he said, taught him two lessons: to kneel to the Father in prayer and to stand for the flag in respect. Now, this guy, I kind of like this guy to a point, only to a point. He's actually got some good talking points. He's actually got something that might be of interest to a lot of people. Uh, but when he starts talking, as opposed to just talking, like he did with Tucker Carlson, he got up and started walking around with his, while he was speaking. So it really seriously made me think that this guy wasn't able to sit still for even a moment, that sitting around and being a president might not be the best thing for him now. But still had some good talking points. He said, "Son, you can be better if you get better, but you can't be both. These are valuable lessons," Scott said as he learned his values from his mother, who worked long hours as a nurse's aide. He taught me that there's dignity in all work, and that if you're able-bodied in America, you work. That's called America. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. If God made you a man, you play sports against men. Then he turned his focus to Joe Biden. These are simple, common sense lessons of America, but Joe Biden and the radical left, he's attacking the values and made this possible. As president, Scott said that he would support law enforcement, protect the southern border, and invest in critical industries in America. Scott said that he's living proof that anything is possible in America. Protecting the values of America is protecting the rungs on the ladder that allow the poorest, most vulnerable students in the nation to climb. We must protect our values. I'm running for president because I know America can do for anyone what she's done for me. And that might be something of halfway decent to actually look at. Like I said, this guy, it might be something, in the future, if he can actually hold strong and actually show what he's willing to actually do, and actually continue with his actual thoughts and convictions when it comes down to it. You don't have to retract messages. It's okay, because his balance is disallowed. He did not make it far in the campaign, and we never really learned who he was. My videos about the lawsuit relating to the ballot. Okay. Sounds interesting. Because his ballot was disallowed, we never really saw him on the campaign trail and don't know much about him. And my video is about the lawsuit related to that. Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting, actually. I thought Danny was covering it, so I didn't plan anything. She might not be available. Lori Shallow, dumbbell 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. I'll be around. I'll be listening. If that's the case, I'll definitely be listening, Elliot. Heidi, no problems. What? I didn't think you would. Oh, private conversations. I like to read my chat, so anything that comes to that chat, you just never know what I'm going to actually read. Ron DeSanctimonious gets standing ovations, attacks Kamala Harris in ongoing fight over Florida's slavery curriculum. The interesting is what he actually did say, as opposed to, or what was actually in the curriculum, as opposed to what was actually destroyed and misconstrued by Kamala Harris and actually spun into something that it really wasn't. DeSantis delivered remarks at dinner after multiple day bus trip through Iowa. Received the best reception of the night thus far. Remember, he wasn't the first. Trump was the last one to come out. So Trump being the last one to come out, got that standing, uproaring ovation out of it. So then, as he ticked through the pivotal aspects of the campaign message, he recorded in Florida his aims to halt weaponization of the federal government and to pledge to rip the politics out of the military. He received consistent applause from the crowd. He took the left of the stage and standing ovation from the portion of those in attendance. I'm running for president because I'm a Republican, because we as Republicans cannot be content with simply managing the decline of our country a little better than the Democrats, DeSantis said. He also attacked Vice President Kamala Harris, who has criticized new educational standards in Florida that she and others say undermines critical conversations about slavery. Impart instructions to enslaved people, develop skills for personal benefit. DeSantis defenses his state's new curriculum has drawn criticism over several Black Republicans, including Tim Scott, whom he said this week are siding with the left and the vice president. He said Harris is creating a phony narrative about the new standards. We have beaten the left agenda in the state of Florida, so she thinks she can come down and lie about what we're doing. I'm not budging an inch. We're going to fight back against these people, and we're not letting them take over our schools any longer. Again, doesn't sound like something that a president's really saying. It sounds like something a governor is actually saying about his own state and his own ordeals. I don't see how that's going to actually help him as he actually tries going for president. It doesn't seem right for him to actually be doing any of that whatsoever. It's going to be televised so anyone can watch. Sentence tomorrow. Okay. Do it. Yes, do it. Do it, MLS. Like I said, I'll be listening. Asa Hutchinson calls to move on from Trump pending legal battles. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson took a direct line of attack at Trump, proposing that Republican Party needs a serious leader. Yeah, and Asa Hutchinson's the serious leader, this 72-year-old man. We need a new direction, America, and for the GOP. We are a party of individual responsibilities, accountability, and support for the rule of law. We must not abandon that. We are a party of Abraham Lincoln. We are a party of Ronald Reagan, and we think it's time for serious leaders to meet the serious challenges. Hutchinson said Haley voiced concern about border policies and a struggling economy and touted pivotal points of career, including being the youngest state's attorney. This last week, they announced that we're going to have the higher interest rates that impact your pocketbook, your mortgage payments, your ability for your children to buy their first home. And so we have to get the economy back on track. It is a result of too much spending by the administration. Like I said, I think he's too old. I think we need to stop looking at people that are this old and actually, including Donald Trump, maybe, and stop actually, going that route. And let's go with somebody that's a little bit younger that has maybe in correct thought in their head that could actually go ahead and actually, fix something. I don't think Asa Hutchinson is necessarily that politician that we need him to be. I think he's just not there. He's just not there. He's not the politician in my opinion. Um, uh, Referencing Mitch McConnell, Nikki Haley again calls for mental competency tests of politicians over 75. Uh, uh, all politicians, I don't care how old you are, if you actually can actually run for president, you should actually have to pass the civil test as well as the mental competency test before you can even be nominated. I don't care who you are or how old you are. There's more to it that we're just not looking at. We're just allowing people to sit in their basement and do it as they wish. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley spoke first, rattling off the string of policy proposals, including term limits for presidency and members of Congress. If this week didn't prove it to you, we've got a mental competency test for everyone over the age of 75, Haley said, repeating the position she advocated on a campaign trail. This week, Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, 81, froze nearly 30 seconds during his news conference and seemed unable to speak for several seconds. He later returned to answer reporters' questions and said he was fine. No, I don't think you were. That's not being respectful, Haley said to the competency test proposal. There are people who are making decisions for national security. They're making decisions on their economic policy. President Joe Biden is 80 years old and former President Donald Trump is 77. The questions of the test are simple, Haley, 51, said. How many grandchildren do you have? It has an apparent reference to President Joe Biden's belatedly acknowledged the 4-year-old granddaughter living in Arkansas. Yes, he's actually now saying that he actually acknowledges her, as we just covered a short bit ago. So, I mean, he's trying to prove your point of what your simple question would be. There needs to be a lot more simple questions that need to be answered, and potentially like an MMPI 2 type style questionnaire that would ask you the same question 3 different ways to see if you answer it the same exact way, because that's really going to tell you a lot. Governor Kim Reynolds thanks lawmakers for her in-person caucus. I suppose I didn't give you my thoughts on Nimrata Haley. Nimrata Haley is no more than a rhino, in my opinion. I don't think that she's actually somebody that we should really looking at. Hopefully, before we actually make it into too much further, this she actually just kind of steps down, as she's just not in the right place, in my opinion. Governor Kim Reynolds thanks lawmakers for in-person caucus law. Governor Kim Reynolds spoke ahead of the crowded presidential candidates, saying she wanted to give a heartfelt, huge thank you to our legislators that are here tonight for passing legislation and really prevented Democrats from holding a primary and go ahead in Hampshire. Reynolds signed a law earlier this year to require Iowa caucuses to take place in person. Iowa Democrats have proposed allowing mail-in participation for their party's caucuses. She addressed New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu, who is in the audience. Now, my colleague is somewhere out there, Governor Sununu, and this is a collaboration and partnership that we've held for a long time. Our first in the nation caucus, our first in the nation primary. I hope, Chris, that we've gone to great lengths to make sure that we keep that intact. Really don't know enough about Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds to actually think if she's actually good at being president. nonetheless being the governor of the city that she's or of the state that she's currently in. And though she's Republican, doesn't always mean everything. There's a lot more that we need to learn about this lady. I won't write her off quite yet, like I did with Nimrata. I've been sitting on chats as well as watching a lot of replays. I first came across you a few weeks ago on the Experts channel with Valhalla. Yes, that's where I first seen him too. And I'm glad that he's actually come around and actually listened to what I've actually had to say. It's very interesting to see somebody that's as successful as he is actually come around. It's fun. A prayer, and Jason Aldean shout out begin the night. Really don't need to actually go through this. I don't think it's necessary. It's not like yeah, he's just a Republican Party of Iowa chairman. He's absolutely not running for president. I think we did this article as justice. I really do. I don't think we need to go any further with it. I do have quite a bit more, and I really don't want to be here for quite a bit longer. I'm going to actually stop sharing the screen for a moment. I'm going to actually close this tab, and I'm going to kind of skip forward if I can, see what I can. Oh, well, this one in particular, RFK Jr. says Secret Service won't provide protection as they do for every major presidential candidate. For them to actually not give RFK Secret Service like they do with every single presidential candidate is really disturbing and scary to think, because, we've seen what they've actually did to his uncle. It really kind of disturbs me to actually believe that they would go this far of not actually giving him any protection whatsoever. It's kind of scary to actually believe that they can actually go with that and be okay. This guy. So then this is presidential election stuff, whatever. So then you got a Minnesota Democrat to meet with donors on long shot presidential bid next week. Rep. Dean Phillips, Democrat out of Minnesota. Now, Minnesota's my original stomping grounds. I know quite a bit about Minnesota. Dean Phillips is really not necessarily the best guy. He's really kind of left Democrat, and for him to actually call Joe Biden for his shit is interesting, as this guy really actually isn't that far away from those same thoughts and opinions. Dean Phillips will reportedly meet with donors in New York next week to test the waters on long shot primary challenge to President Joe Biden, according to multiple news reports published Friday. Phillips, who has been approached about his potential bid at the White House, according to Politico, has previously discouraged the president from running for re-election in 2024 because it is his age. However, Biden announced his candidacy earlier this year, and he is in front runner of the party's nomination. The Minnesota Democrat has joined the team of lawmakers and has urged older leaders in the party to step down last year, as a younger generation could lead the House following the 2022 midterm elections. Then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was replaced as the party's leader by now House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, although Phillips, who is a co-chairman of the House Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, discouraged Biden from running. Phillips' own views and votes have been similar to the president's. That's why I said he's so super similar to what the president currently is. I don't see him actually being anything better. I really don't. He's actually kind of trash in himself. For him to actually think that he can actually run and then try primarying somebody like Joe Biden at the same instance, really seriously, I don't see it as being a good deal. I don't see Dean Phillips as actually being a good person for any type of nomination down the road. See, Phillips is considered a centrist with the Democratic Party. Wrong. He's not. He's actually further left than a lot of actually like to actually portray him as. If Phillips does announce a bid for the White House, he would be the third challenger for Democratic nomination with Marianne Williamson and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. the son of former United States Attorney General Robert Kennedy, and who was assassinated in 68. So, they kind of, even end it with somebody else's, stuff as opposed to his own, because he really doesn't have anything good that he's really about. Anybody that thinks that he is good or he would be a better person for this job, you're greatly mistaken. He's just like Joe Biden. He's just like Joe Biden through and through. And this one, because it's actually on the docket of things that I put up at the top, Alvin Bragg's TDS is tremendous. His TDS is tremendous. It's actually gone to the point, as opposed to actually going after just Donald Trump, he actually tried going after Melania and he got shut down. Why he would go after Melania for any reason whatsoever is ridiculous. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, politically motivated case against President Donald Trump, has just suffered another defeat in court. Bragg's case is so weak and seemingly political that some Democrats wanted him to delay it until a more serious case against Trump goes through the system. But career Democrat Bragg needs to get Trump case to stick so he can run it into his next election. Like many other Democrat prosecutors, Bragg is facing blowback as crime soars out of control in his district. The National Association for Advancement in Colored People has slammed woke prosecutors and demanded that they call a state of emergency to stop the rampant crime in one blue city. The NAACP last week, Oakland residents are sick of tired of their intolerable public safety crises that overwhelmingly impacts minority communities. Murders, shootings, violent armed robberies, some invasions, car break-ins, sideshows, highway shootouts have become pervasive fixtures of life in Oakland. Why they actually point out Oakland as it is, is really kind of, okay, gee, why don't we just come up with some other place that has nothing of relevance to Melania Trump and see how far we actually don't get. Just reading chat real quick. I like it when chat becomes self-aware, because then it's like, okay, maybe I shouldn't be watching chat. African Americans are disproportionately hit the hardest by crime in East Oakland and other parts of the city. But residents from all parts of the city report that they do not feel safe. Women are targeted in young mobs and viciously beaten, robbed in downtown, uptown neighborhoods. Asians are assaulted in Chinatown. Street vendors are robbed of Fruitvale. News crews have their cameras stolen while they report on crime. PG&E workers are robbed and now require private security when they are out of work. Everyone is in danger. Failed leadership, including the movement to defund the police, our district attorney's unwillingness to charge and prosecute people who murder and commit life-threatening serious crimes, proliferation, anti-police rhetoric have created a heyday in Oakland crime. If there are no consequences for committing crime in Oakland, crime will continue to soar. Bragg can't run off the record, desperate to get Trump. He is now he's tried to go after former First Lady Melania Trump by issuing subpoenas for her emails, but a New York judge stepped in and told him to pound sand. The judge, Juan Mershon, ruled in favor of Trump's efforts to block two subpoenas seeking emails sent by Melania Trump. Mershon ruled that the subpoenas were overly broad. This request will yield significantly more response records than necessary, Mershon wrote in a subpoena related to Melania Trump. According to CBS, Mershon indicated that the ruling he would not block another subpoena in which Bragg's office sought the lengthy videotape deposition Trump gave to attorney for writer E. Jean Carroll prior to the federal civil trial in which a jury found him liable of something that he didn't actually do. But yeah, there you go. Let's go with that. Let's continue to push some bullshit crap narrative that this guy's TDS just can't get past. This guy's TDS is gross and disgusting, and it needs to stop. Now, listen, Alvin Bragg has nothing better. Well, let's go after Melania. Let's get her emails. Let's get her emails and see if we can't get something better to stick, because the uncooked box macaroni that we threw at the ball just isn't sticking. Just isn't sticking. There's just so much. I'll kick your ass, McCarthy. Swalwell got into a heated confrontation outside the chambers. California Democrat Rep. Eric Swalwell and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy reportedly had a heated argument on the 22nd that entailed McCarthy allegedly threatening to fight Swalwell after the Democrat called him a "hey pussy." The conflict allegedly started during a vote of censure in California Democrat Rep. Adam Schiff, according to the Daily Beast, which cites two unidentified members of Congress. The measure of the U.S. House of Representatives against Schiff is proposed by Republican Anna Paulina Luna of Florida, the vote to be held on June 21st. This is pathetic, Swalwell reportedly told McCarthy after the speaker was presiding over the House. You're weak. You're a weak man. Swalwell reportedly left the chamber the following day to use the restroom before the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's joint address to Congress. McCarthy reportedly told Swalwell and said, "If you ever say something like that to me again, I'm going to kick the shit out of you." Whoa! Those are kind of some fighting words. Let's put a wrestling ring or a boxing ring in the middle of that of Congress, and let's have them fight it out for bills to be passed, as opposed to actually, verbally assaulting each other with words of hate. They were in each other's faces, basically nose to nose. The source said, per the Daily Beast, Swalwell reportedly responded with something like, "Are you really going to do this? Call me a pusher again, and I'll kick your ass," McCarthy allegedly said. Swalwell and McCarthy did not end up fighting, but the sources said the back and forth was tense. Schiff, who censured for majority of the House member late last month, and his result has gone down as U.S. history, though not in a favorable manner. Schiff is one of just 24 members of Congress since the country's one of 14 members of Congress that have actually been censured, and had to stand in front of Congress and be humiliated by his colleagues. The effort to censure Schiff began when Rep. Anna Paulina Luna had labeled him a criminal, allegedly leveraging. I don't know why they actually go into this particular argument when it comes down to it. The article wasn't supposed to be about Schiff or his censure or anything else for that matter. It was supposed to be about these two, McCarthy and Swalwell, calling each other names and ready to fight. Wait, is that how Obama got the black eye? Do you think Obama was there? Maybe. Jim Jordan finds evidence to expose corporate media. This is total corruption of the news. House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan uncovered evidence to expose the total corruption of the Americans' liberal corporate media. Over the last week, Jordan has been publishing evidence to expose Democrat President Joe Biden's efforts to censor the American people. Jordan revealed details on how the Biden admin has used big tech companies to critique to critics of the Democrats' agenda. However, the explosive story has been widely ignored by establishment media outlets. How Jordan was exposed the real reason for the silence from big media outlets. They're complicit. Jordan caught a Biden White House violating the Constitution by censoring American citizens' speech. But Jordan also uncovered that the news media has been working with Biden on the censorship campaign. The information is revealed in files handed over to Congress from Meta, the parent company of Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. Dumped the Facebook files. The documents published by Jordan reveal that Meta has been censoring users across its platforms due to pressure from the Biden White House. And not new, is it? They've been doing that for a long time, and it's not going to stop. YouTube censored boxing glove images. Error. Try again. Yep. Go figure. Go figure. Journalist Matt Taibbi broke it down in most embarrassing revelation of the Facebook files released by the House Judiciary Chair Jim Jordan yesterday involves the news media. Taibbi then shared one damning email in which an unnamed Facebook executive wrote to CEO Mark Zuckerberg, the former Meta CEO Sheryl Sandberg, "We are facing continued pressure from external stakeholders, including the White House and the press, to remove more style content because they don't want you to know exactly the truth about it. They want you to actually be ignorant to the point and go ahead and go along with what they've actually been saying for so long. YouTube is asshole. Yes, it is. We say repeatedly internal communications, not only in the email above, but in Twitter files and the exhibits of Missouri versus Biden lawsuit, and even the Freedom of Information request results in beginning to trickle in here at Racket, that the news media has for some time been working in concert with civil society organizations, government, and tech platforms as part of the censorship apparatus. This is because they agreed with the concept of malinformation. There are things that may be true factually, but which may produce political results considered adverse. Hesitancy has one such bugbear. Note the language from the unnamed Facebook executive above, which describes press lashing out on Koof and those jabs to go along with it, not other disinformation. It really seriously kind of disturbing. And you notice I have to actually censor my words to even talk about such a deal. This is total corruption of the news. You're supposed to be able to be in business of questioning officials, even if the questions are unpopular. That's your entire role. If we don't do that, we serve no purpose, maybe even a negative purpose. Moreover, think of the implications. News outlets wail about disinformation when they're aware the public has tuned them out. When people don't listen to reporters, it's usually because they suck. They can do the math as if why the current crop embraces censorship, a more embarrassing outcome of our business would be hard to imagine. Press, as far as media, any social media, from Facebook, anything owned by Meta, TikTok, YouTube, um, even some of those that you wouldn't even think of. I bet if I actually went over to True Social, I'd be censored to some level. Twitter, I'm sorry, X. It doesn't matter which platform you go to. If you say anything that is remotely negative or against what they believe, they're going to censor you. They're going to shut you down, and they're going to prevent you from actually going any further with that. I'm going to actually click some of these out because some of these, see these ones, this one doesn't need to be here. I'm going to try shortening the rest of this night out just a little bit. Fetterman opens up, gets honest about his struggles with depression. I don't think we need to read about it. I think we all understand that he has struggles with his depression. Uh, Whitmer signs new laws to address states' teachers and school counselor shortage. Yeah, let's do this one real quick because of who it is and what it's about. The latest state of bills aiming to resolve Michigan's teacher and school staffing shortages signed into law by Governor Gretchen Whitmer on Wednesday. We're at a time when we're at a time now where we should be doing everything we can to keep good teachers, new teachers, teachers who have been around for a long time, by really recognizing they need to have strong voice. 7 new bills signed into law by Whitmer. Senate Bills 161, 162, and 359. House Bills 4044, 4233, 4354, and 4820 intend to tackle the teacher and school counselor shortage that has plagued Michigan for years. Stop being so horrible as teachers, and maybe you'd actually teach people to actually grow up properly, and they would continue to actually fund the school the way it's needed to actually give you the classes for the next to actually be able to succeed. Yes, Jessica Reloaded was kicked off of Twitter for a short bit. I don't know if she got it back yet. It sounded like she might actually be gone for a short bit. I was actually tagged in that when she was actually yeeted from that platform. I feel bad for it, I really do. It's unnecessary for anybody to be yeeted from any platform whatsoever. The bills would expand teacher union bargaining power in addition to aiming to make it easier for teachers and counselors to start working in Michigan after moving from out of state. 250 students to one counselor is the recommended ratio for schools, according to the American School Counselor Association in Michigan. The ratio is 638 to 1. According to the most recent data available by the association from 2020-2021 school year, Michigan's counselor ratio is the third worst in the nation, a slight improvement from the place's second worst during the 2019-2020 school year. There aren't enough of these to go around right now in the state of Michigan, just like teachers, said Senator Sean McCann of Kalamazoo, who sponsored legislation to smooth out the process that gets counselors from other states in Michigan schools. So they're trying to outsource it because apparently there's nobody in Michigan that can actually do such a thing. It kind of sounds a little confusing to actually believe that's actually true. I can't believe that they're actually that bad of a state when it comes down to it. Really hate to see where number one is. Oh, probably California. In its journey through legislature, McCann's bills, SB 162, did not receive a single no vote from lawmakers. Something McCann says proves how widely understood the issue is. Everyone sort of sees the need for this as a tool in the toolbox. SB 161, the companion bill to 162, received only a single no vote in either chamber, a piece of legislation that did not enjoy the same bipartisan support as Chang's bill, SB 359, which would get rid of restrictions on teachers' pay that only apply to Detroit teachers. It's a level of fairness that we need in our Detroit teachers who work really hard against tough odds. And really, the schools are only going to be as good as the students that are around or the families that are there to actually fund them. If everybody's poor, and they can't afford to actually fund the school is going to be unsuccessful. And then when you actually think about school's only there to teach you 50% of the stuff that you need to know. Everything else is supposed to come from the household. If your students are failing over and over again, you might want to look at yourself as being half of the issue. Democrats in Michigan undermining public education, disregarding what's best for our students. I've discussed this with other parents in northern Michigan who simply want to ensure their kids have access to the best possible education that gives them the knowledge and abilities necessary to succeed in life. That is my priority. This plan strips away much needed accountability in our schools while lending a hand to union bosses. I'm going to say it yet one more time. If you haven't done so already, if you have the potential to do it or the abilities, homeschool your children. Both McCann and Chang said that they were motivated to introduce the bills in part because it was another way to give agency and respect to the profession that has sometimes been vilified. When you know sometimes education issues get used as political football, it's really damaging, and we're losing teachers from the state of Michigan. The teacher-oriented bills have been signed less than a week after Whitmer signed the largest education budget in state history, including the highest per student funding ever. Amazing. Highest ever. And you think that the poor people are going to be able to afford such a thing? Paying the teachers not going to actually do it. You got to actually pay your citizenry to be able to actually get past that. So that they have the money to actually fund the school to pay the teacher. No high-paying teacher is going to go walk into a bunch of students and be like, yes, I'm going to change every single one of you as much as I possibly can. They're going to look at it and be like, oh, okay. Like I said, I'm going to go through some of these and kind of start yeeting some of them off the top. Because where are we at? Over 4 hours. Holy man. It's amazing. We're not going to read all these. Legislation to require AM radios and new vehicles gains steam in Congress. Why they would eliminate such a thing is ridiculous. AM radio is something that is actually something that was like an original starting point for radios. For them to even think of eliminating such a thing is kind of ridiculous. And yes, they should actually all be, in my opinion, vehicles should actually have AM radio in them, as that's what's going to potentially bring the news and the necessity of emergency to drivers as they're moving down the road. Anchorage mayor proposes sending homeless to California. As the seasons progress, as summer comes to a screeching halt here within the next month or so, we see ourselves moving into fall. Alaska's not necessarily the best place for homeless people, especially when it actually temperatures drop down below freezing over and over again for multiple days in a row. Camping in a tent in freezing temperatures is not something that's necessary. So the mayor proposing to send the homeless to California has actually gone to the point. Let me see if I can. I think a ticket this morning to Los Angeles is $286. It costs us $100 plus or minus a few dollars every day to house someone. If we don't have a place to put them in a large shelter this winter, and remember the objective, it's sad that we had to get to this, but we're here to save lives. That's my job. They're actually going to try sending these homeless that have moved themselves to Alaska that they can't actually house away to California, which even again, California in the winter is not necessarily the warmest when it comes down to it. I know a couple people, lovingly know a couple people that live in California, and I bet they would actually tell you, Bert, it gets cold down here. So being homeless year round isn't necessarily a great objective either. It might have to actually try finding somewhere to actually put these people other than just California. I find it kind of interesting that they've actually gone this far. Yet another state actually going to the point, Illinois, say non-citizens can now become police officers. Oh, okay, great. There you go. Here, you get a gun and a badge and and some armor. We have no clue what you're about, where you're about, how you're about, but you can become a police officer. Uh, Being a non-citizen? What? What the hell? Are you kidding me right now? Who in the right mind? I went to a wicked poor high school, 90% black, 10% Mexican, and maybe literally 10 white kids. Saved 4 kids out of high school and the gang stuff. Most were way more successful than one would think with the lack of funds. It's amazing. It's amazing that predominantly, and I don't call out race when it comes down to it. I don't really care. 90%, 10%, 15% of anything, whatever. They're all human beings. They're all poor, usually. So anybody actually coming out and being successful out of a school that's pretty predominantly raised through poor, you know, from being poor to actually making it to even being semi-successful is an accomplishment in itself. And it's awesome to see. Jared McCoy, good to see you. Glad you're here. Is it clear what they are doing? Is it clear what they're doing? What I mean, with what? With what? What are you questioning? For them to do this, the non-citizens can become officers in Illinois is really something kind of disturbing and gross to actually think that any state would actually go to the point of actually allowing such a thing to happen. I don't, you really seriously have to know something about your community, about the people, and actually care about them to actually be a police officer, in my opinion. You can't actually just be another guy on the street that gets a gun and a badge. You're going to be they're going to be getting away with things that they didn't need to be even happening in the first place. Sorry, everybody. We're like I said, we're going to move through this. It is clear. So you heard what I had to actually say, and you're like, "Oh, okay, it's clear." Vanderbilt launches $17 million faculty diversity diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative. Colleges moving along with this bullshit DEI crap is not something that we necessarily need. Diversity, equity, and inclusion should not be even a term that we even speak of. Nonetheless, funding medical universities with $17 million to do just that and actually be like, oh, now you're diverse. If you can't actually pass the test, you shouldn't necessarily be able to go to the school. There should be a lot more behind it as opposed to just being, oh, so diverse. University of Chicago offers course in querying God. It's a socialist handbook. It seems that way, doesn't it? Doesn't it, Jared? I'm with you on that. University of Chicago is offering a course entitled Querying God according to the University 2023-2024 course catalog. The course is listed as religious studies course and proposes a series of questions about God. Students who sign up for this course will consider ideas such as, is God queer? What does queerness have to do with Judaism, Christianity, or Islam? The course description shows. What in the fucking hell are we even doing? Why are we going this far to actually go and actually think that something like this is even necessary to actually destroy religious belief? You have the right to believe your own religious needs, whether it be Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Catholicism, whatever it is. You have the right in your own mind to do as you wish. To have an institution go ahead and actually try moving to the point of actually doing such a thing is gross and disturbing, that they'd actually even call it what they're trying to call it, and saying that is God queer. Stop it. I hear you on that, Koolfrogg. Maybe it's not because of being from LA. It was more notable. Oh, I'm not sure. Not sure, because I'm kind of moving along kind of quick here to try getting through the rest of this, as we're over almost 4.5 hours. Holy man, there's a lot. Oh, what's up, Jack? Come on, seconds. Let's go. Not one incoming 8th grader at LeBron James I Promise School in Akron has passed state's basic math test in over 3 years. No, you're okay. You don't have to apologize. I just don't know what you're actually getting at with it. It's okay though. In over 3 years, not a single 8th grader has passed an equivalency test for basic math. Are you kidding? Even my 3-year-old can tell you what 1 + 1 is. Are you kidding me right now? Wow. That's disturbing and disgusting. And you notice the equation behind him, 2 + 2 = 5. right behind LeBron James himself. LeBron James I Promise School, located in Akron, Ohio, is currently facing severe criticism from members of the Akron Public School Board due to troubling revelation. Recent reports have disclosed that this year's incoming 8th grade class has not produced a single student who passed the state math test in over 3 years. The shocking news left board members Valerie McKittrick astonished as she expressed her disbelief, saying not one in 3 years. The data presented to her revealed that not a single student from fall 8th grade class of the I Promise School could achieve proficiency in Ohio State math test. Where was the teacher? Where was the parent? Why are you not teaching your children how to do basic math? What? It is history repeating itself. It seems that way, doesn't it? Let's make everybody dumb and stupid so they don't think, they don't have an opinion on shit, and they don't have to actually, nothing can come of it. It's all right. Oh my Lord. When I seen that today, I'm like, what? What in the world? Where do we live? How is it that we have actually made it this far to actually see something like that actually happen? It's so horrible. Kind of move away from the politics into the news a little bit. This is going to go pretty quick here in the last bit here. We should not hit 5 hours. I don't want to hit 5 hours. If they're still teaching new math and psychology, thoroughly nonsensical crap being around the early 2000s, I get it. The system has made basic math a disaster. Oh, that whole 1 + 1 is 2. Okay, so 12 + 12 is 24. Not 1 + 1 is 2, and 2 + 2 is 4. And you break it down to, okay, so there's 2 10s and there's 2 2s, and there's this, that, and the other to actually give you a test. They've made it so stupid and ridiculous that they're actually dumbing down society as much as they possibly can. I get it. Alleged burglar caught after he drops from ceiling. An alleged bank robber in Ohio. Oh, he forgot how to count. An alleged bank robber from Ohio was detained by police Wednesday after falling from the ceiling into a recycling bin, according to local sources. Tristan Hiddle, 27, was arrested and charged with breaking and entering, possessing of criminal tools, safe cracking, according to Fox 8. Heidel was arrested moments after he was fallen from the ceiling of a drive-through directly into a recycling bin. Body cam footage from the Huron Police Department shows police say they responded to an alarm notification around 2 a.m. that someone had broken into the Vacation Land Federal Credit Union in Huron, Ohio. Tristan was surrounded quickly. Okay, let's give you some sound.
Get out. Get out.
He scared the shit out of him. Like he was just gonna go step on that and he was gonna be okay anyway, to actually come crashing through it. I think the thing that made me laugh more wasn't that he crashed through it, is that he actually fell forward and he actually hits one of these safety barricade poles. See, he hits that pole that's right there on the ground.
Get out.
Get out. Get out. Let's go. What's up, JC? We saw Biden without his shirt at the beach today. Top story: Biden takes off shirt at the beach. No, that's not my top story. Absolutely not. Just a couple few disturbing news articles that actually came up. Tennessee police stood by and watched a man drown for 13 minutes. Lawsuit alleges that 4 police officers stood and watched a man drown for 13 minutes. Mika Wheeler Clauble, 30, drowned in Tennessee River after becoming trapped by vines. His mother is suing the officers for violating her son's civil rights in a wrongful death case. It should be interesting for maybe a lawyer to actually cover this in particular when it comes down to it, especially being in Tennessee. I know there's quite a few people in and around that area to actually maybe try covering this particular instance of him, of these police officers that should probably all lose their jobs for watching such a thing happen. Yes. It's disturbing to me too. If there's a dollar thing that's down below, you can click on that support. Oshkosh, Wisconsin, over this weekend, there's a 4 dead, 2 injured in separate Wisconsin plane crashes. There was an air show that was going on, an air show that goes on in Oshkosh every year. 2 people were killed and 2 others injured on Saturday in a mid-air collision at an airport in Wisconsin. 162F helicopter and ELA Eclipse 10 gyrocopter collided shortly after noon local time. Authorities said the aircraft belonged to individuals attending Experimental Aircraft Association's annual fly-in convention in Oshkosh, but were not involved in the air show. Oh, okay. So they weren't in the air show themselves. But, when it come down to it, there was an air show that was going to happen. And for this to actually happen right around air shows, it usually tarnishes the rest of the show because nobody remembers anything that good that happened out of the show or any of the awesome things that happened. They always remember the one bad thing. I've been to several air shows in my life. I've actually been to an Oshkosh one before. And it's fun, very interesting. The association said in the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office said 2 people were killed and 2 injured. The association said further information was released and additional details are confirmed. Separately, a plane earlier Saturday crashed into Lake Winnebago near Oshkosh, killing 2 people. According to the sheriff's office, the NTSB is also investigating that case, which involved a single-engine North American T-6 aircraft. Kind of sad and disturbing to actually believe that, there's yet another air show tarnished with deaths and injuries. Okay. Video shows the scary scene of a baseball player getting drilled in the head by a wild pitch. We'd like to actually watch these when we get the chance because we can. And he hit right in the skull. Holy man. Jeez, I couldn't imagine getting that driven right into your noggin. They actually go to the point where they actually see that he actually was bleeding. He seems to be okay when it comes down to it, but 92 miles an hour directly to the head. I could not imagine how that felt. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Just ouch. I bet that pitcher feels bad for that particular situation for sure. Another video. This guy it was kind of interesting to actually see. Pro golfer Nick Hardy broke his golf club taking an awesome shot.
This could be one club down after this shot.
He took the shot right at the tree. He couldn't actually follow through with the swing.
This could be
To
one club down
snap
after
that
this shot.
club.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it is. Wow.
Talk about pro golfer to come that close to the pin is amazing. That club's not going to see another day. Holy man. I bet he goes and he takes that one and frames it, puts it on his wall, and he'll always have that story. I would. I know I would. That's for sure. I thought that was kind of cool to actually see. And then one last cool thing that actually really seriously makes me feel much better about where this great nation is going. This soldier. We couldn't be prouder of Army Old Guard soldiers who watch over the tomb of unknown soldiers. Winds reach 60 to 85 miles an hour in D.C. region. The Sentinel leans into it and continues marching. Oh, come on. Really? You're not going to let me play it from right here? They're not going to let me play it from right there. I got to actually go to Twitter to actually watch it. So it leans into it and just keeps going. Very, very much respect for that man to do such a thing, to stand there and do what it is that he said that he would do, to walk forward and stroke straight through that heavy, heavy wind. I really give it to him to actually do what it is intended for him to do and stand guard for the unknown soldier. Amazing. Just amazing. Appreciate this guy for what it is that he's actually done for this country, what he continues to do. Total sidetrack. Is that like Oshkosh Bagosh? Yes. Yes. That is where those were actually made, is in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Uh, kids' train clothes, hats, etc. from the early 70s. Yeah. At least that's when I knew it, because my brother and I were born. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I remember all that. Totally. Yes, exactly. Beautiful. To actually see this man actually do this and actually do what was necessary to continue to do just that. So, that being said, for over 4.5 hours. Wow. Thank you all so much for being here. If you haven't done so already, please hit the like button. Share this out to places that you'd like to share things to. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. I come back every night at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time and talk about news and politics. Fridays we play games. We actually make it. We switch from there's 5 of us, I believe, that are on a list where we go from week to week and we switch whose channel we're actually on, where we actually play the games. We would continue to do that. I believe we'll be with Shizzy Wisnut this weekend. Saturdays, I normally wasn't doing anything, but I found out yesterday was fairly successful. I had a nice little chit chat with Caitlin Comments. We'll see who I can actually come back with me next Saturday. I'm still looking for somebody. It could be interesting on who would actually be the person to actually come join me. You never know what kind of conversation will be had. I appreciate you all so much. If you haven't done so, please do all those YouTube-like things. Over there on that Rumble side, anybody still watching? There's still 4 people watching. If you haven't hit that thumbs up button, please hit the thumbs up button for me, and do all those things that like to do all so much. Love you all. Later. I'll leave you with my regular outro, which I moved.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
Later.